All right. We're alive. We're back. Um, got a lot on my plate for the day. Got a lot I'd like to get done. Let's start off with a fresh slate and a fresh to-do list.
All right.
Uh-oh. I got
We're alive.
echoing
We're back.
audio. Let me mute that. Cool. We're back. We're live. Let me see if I can get my chat fixed here. And okay. Hey, all right. Looks good. Cool. Cool. Mouse is kind of weird. What's going on? Oh, I think it's just the page. Okay. All right. Fresh to-do list, August 6th. To do. Let me think about this. Okay. Finish fixing wall climbing traversal. Implement traversal type identifier. Hmm. Okay. Take inventory of desired traversal types. Test. I don't know how my microphone sounds. It sounds a little echoey, but I can't really tell because the feedback is so short that I can't separate the sound of my own voice from the sound of the microphone. I haven't made any configuration changes since the last time I've streamed, but I don't know. I just have a feeling that it sounds a little bit weird. Like it's being duplicated, perhaps? Let's see. Let's turn off noise suppression. Turn off all of these. Test. If I turn my mic gain up, what happens if I turn? Whoa, that sounds real bad. Real bad. Okay. That's about as high as I can go. And this does not get updated accordingly. Okay. All right. Okay. I hear a little bit of clipping. Let me blah blah. Turn that down a notch. Okay. All right. It doesn't sound that good. I don't know why my mic doesn't sound that good right now. Volume is up. Yeah. Properties. That's fine. Filters. Shut it. Okay. Maybe the compressor's too strong. Okay, without the compressor, wow, that's clippy. But with the compressor, that's better. Okay. I guess I will leave it alone. Let me just turn the mic up. The mic itself up. I got so many ants right now. Okay. All right. Take a breather. Been streaming for all of... Okay. Where was I? That was kind of done. I'll move that to the done list. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gotta do that. Let's put that there. Other types of traversals. Sure. It's kind of vague, but we'll keep bringing it up. I'll keep that on the backlog because it's not that important right now. Ooh, that one looks useful. Let's bring this one up. It's important. Backlog worthy for sure. Okay. Yes. Okay, we'll bring that up. Why not? It's important. Has to do with traversal types. Chase entity. That's done, actually. Yeah, done. These are just notes, so these are in the wrong section. Yep, these are all done. Not that I finished them that day, but this is done. Yeah. Haven't done that yet. No longer relevant, really. That's a good idea, but we'll skip it for now. That deserves to stay on the backlog. It's a little bit features. It's a little scope creepish. You can get my drift. Okay. All right. First item up on the agenda is to update this animation. Whoa, my screen is... Oh, you can see that on stream. It's a Blender issue, eh? Oh, it's fixed. That's weird. Okay. Let's see. Frame this one right here. Yeah. So this big box right here. I don't like this tool circle around my cursor. How do I W? Yeah. I like the box one. No, I like this one. Okay. Move. Yeah. Okay. If you haven't noticed, well, there's two. What the hell? What happened here? Did I merge these on accident? Oh my god, what happened? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's weird. This guy. Nope. This guy. Hide. Crawler, go away. Actually, come back, crawler. Shite. Full zombie crawler, full zombie. Yeah, alright. Okay. Okay. Okay, so for this animation, I had previously synchronized it to this box moving around. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Let's do that. Give me 1 second. Shut it. That? Don't care. Can I? Settings? I was wondering if I could modify the thumbnail. Maybe I can't. Description. Oh, there it is. Why can't I? Should be able to pick like a random picture. Just be able to pause the stream and take a random screenshot of the video. Let's go live. Let's go views, comments, 0. Good. Good. Nice. Okay. So the last time I modified this climb up animation, I had moved the zombie around so that it would match up, so it would line up with this big box here. And the idea being that the zombie is centered over here at the world origin, where this x-axis meets the blue axis. Those are coordinates 0, 0, 0 in the world space. And the zombie is basically moved through space at the same time that the zombie is playing an animation. So the idea being that if you control the movement of the zombie while at the same time control the animation of the zombie, then you can synchronize the zombie's limbs to match up with whatever the zombie's interacting with, whether that be a window that you're ripping down or a ledge that you're climbing up. So the idea being here, instead of moving the zombie, I move the box. But the box is moved such that the motion of the zombie is defined relative to the box. For example, here the box is moving just straight down, right? It's moving straight down from frame 168 to frame 181. And that's basically meaning that while I play this animation, I'll have to move the zombie straight up from frame 168 to frame 181. But that's not what I ended up doing in the game. In the game, what I ended up doing was moving the zombie. So this little cube right here, this tiny little cube right here, represents the new location of the ledge. And what actually ends up happening is that the ledge ends up moving. So according to the way that I'm moving the zombie in the game right now, I'm moving the zombie in a diagonal line, not straight up, in a diagonal line, which makes sense because the zombie should end up with the feet below him. The ground below his feet, so he doesn't fall. If I just move him straight up, either the ground's not going to be below his feet, or the zombie's going to have been in the wall the entire time. So I move the zombie in a diagonal line, and if you watch this small cube, this is the diagonal line that I end up moving the zombie to up to frame 181. So that's the new ledge. I have to modify this animation accordingly so that it works with this new ledge. And maybe I'll just hide this, and I will, let's go into wireframe, grab Z that, and grab X that. Let's just make the ledge bigger. Oh, that's really tiny. Wow, that's real tiny. Scale Y. Yeah. All right, that looks good. I do want to check one thing. Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna jump in game real quick because I want to check something. Chase AI, traversal. Nope. I could probably get rid of these for now. We'll bring them back if I need it. What is it? Traversal logic. Logic. Traversal logic. There it is. Well, that's what I'm calling it. Here is the traversal logic itself. So we have this jump up traversal, and that's not a final name, just kind of something I came up with. It describes the traversal where a zombie jumps from a lower level to a ledge and it climbs up that ledge and continues walking at the top of the ledge. So think of Wanson in the starting room, the map Wanson. There's a ledge that the zombies can drop down, but you know, if the level designer wanted to, they could add a traversal there and the zombie could boom jump up the ledge. So this is the code I have for the logic so far. I've broken it up into different sections. Basically, I have this function here that runs whenever the zombie's in a traversal. And then I check what type of traversal it is. So the idea being that all of these traversals will have different sections of logic that describes how the zombie moves and how the zombie is animated across that traversal from the very start point of the traversal to the very end point of the traversal. Okay. Traversal type, jump up. Okay, so at the start, substate is 0. Substate is this counter I use for determining what part of the traversal we're at. So 0 means we just started the traversal, we haven't done anything, and that means play the jump animation. And I play the jump animation, and here I've coded it up so that 2 frames before the end of the jump animation, we're going to advance to the next substate. And the next substate moves the zombie. This state is kind of useless, ain't it? Current traversal end time is less than time. Oh, yeah. So this traversal state is waiting until the end of the animation, rather two frames before the end of the animation. But it's waiting until that point. Just the zombie has to play the jump animation before we move it up, or else it's gonna just start moving up as it's playing the jump animation, which doesn't look right. There should be some delay based on the way I animated it. This is waiting for the point at which we should start moving the zombie up. Once we do start moving the zombie up, substate is 2. So if substate is 2, that's when we're actually moving the zombie up. And this right here. Okay. So I basically just compute a linear interpolation fraction based on the current game time. That's a number that goes from 0 to 1, 0 being the zombies at the very bottom, 1 being the zombies at the very top of the ledge, when the zombie sort of grabs onto the ledge. What I would like to do is I want the zombie to freeze right at the top, right when he's grabbed the ledge. So I need to comment this out, which advances it to the next substate of moving the zombie to the final traversal position. And I also need to modify the zombie climb animation definition. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna have it stop at frame 168. Let's jump back to Blender real quick. Yeah, 168 is the frame that the zombie has his arms on the ledge. Okay. So let's have him stop there. Recompile. Okay, got errors for the PSP version. Expected at this point. A little bit off the rails. Okay, let me make sure this window's dropped over here. No? Desktop 1, then bring it back to desktop 2. Yay. All right. 115. Zombies coming in. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's poke and prod this here. So how is he doing? Can I crawl? How do I crouch? Ooh, there we go. Ooh, look at that. These footsteps are wild. So we're a little bit off. It looks fine, but we're right around the middle of the joint on the hand from the point, right? So if you look at this, let's get the textured view in here. We're actually about like here, which let's check again. Let's check it from the side view. How do it? Control, command. What's happening? C, shift. Why can't I crawl? Alt? What? It's Alt? It's Option on Mac? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Based on this, there's a little bit of a gap of the left hand, a little bit of a gap on the right hand. Yo, Casey. Haha, no worries, man. I saw that. That looks sorry for overlapping with this, but it is how it is. Zombie. Okay. Yeah, so based on that, I need to move this up a little bit. This right hand is strangely higher than the left hand. I'll fix that in the animation in a bit. Okay, that's a good starting position for the cube. Let's go. So let's animate that. Okay. So now I have to adjust the climb up animation to fit this. Where is my skeleton? Parts? Where the hell? Oh, it's in here. Right? Animation? Zombie? No? Hello? Oh, zombie rig. There it is. It's hidden for some reason. What is this? Old super fast speeds. I'm gonna move this to a different collection. I don't know what that is. We'll just shove it in there. All right, and go away. All right. Okay, so I need to fix this here. Let's go in. Let's jump in. ZZ. There. A little less. I don't want to be too anal about how close the hands are. I want to give them a little bit of space so that we have more wiggle room. Okay, let's zoom into the frames here. Okay, we do have a keyframe at this frame, so I do want to set one at this frame. If I didn't have one at this frame, I'd think about jumping to a different frame to properly fix it. Okay. Okay, this is the next set of keyframes. So I don't like setting keyframes every frame because weird things can happen. For all of the bones in the zombie, you know, I had to do some fixes for the left thigh here and the shoulders apparently here. But I try to avoid setting keyframes every frame. I do want some linear interpolation. Okay. Basically, all I should have to do is move the zombies so that the hands go back to where they were on that box, right? So again, I'll give it a little bit of wiggle room. Up a little bit. Okay. I, and then O for lock rot. It's not bad. I think the hands are going to move though, aren't they? Ooh, that's bad. Wow, that's really bad. Okay, there's a problem here. I need to give this cube a material. I might just give it the zombie material. Yeah, I need to see where the hands are, so I can get the location right. Or maybe I can just do this. Maybe I can. Is that a cube? Cube? Where's my cube? Bring it up. I'm gonna put this cube right where the hand is at the first frame. Okay, that's good. All right, and then we'll duplicate it. Do the same thing for the left hand or the right hand. Okay, material preview, and then get rid of this. All right, so now I have these cubes that denote where the zombie hands are. Okay. So as I was going back to this animation, before I fix, yeah. So the see, the hands moved off to the side. The right arm is a couple inches off, and the left arm's a couple inches off as well. That's not realistic, because when you are supporting yourself by a platform, you know, your hands don't slide along the platform. Your hands are firmly planted in one position of that platform, and that's how you move yourself. So before I fix these weird frames between the interpolation, I gotta fix the important frames first. And sometimes doing that fixes the other frames, but that's not gonna happen here because of how much movement there is in the limbs. But let's do it. So using some of these inverse kinematics that I've got set up on the zombie rig, we will, can't even see it here. Put it back here. Okay. Let's check it. How's that look? It's not bad. You know what? I'm wondering if I should instead have the arms out farther out. You know, let's scroll through the rest of the animation and then get a sense of this, because okay, I see what needs to happen. First step that needs to happen is, first pass is that we need to adjust the zombie so it's no longer, so it's in the right position relative to the box. So like there-ish, IO, bring it back, there-ish, IO. What is this, pelvis left? We'll bring it here, IO, and here, IO, spine 1, pelvis left, pelvis right. I think the arms are at a really weird stance there. Kind of don't like the final pose of the arms. This cannot change. So this is the final frame of the animation, right? Yeah, because the zombie's doing something completely different after. It's a window attacking animation. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Yeah, it's the final frame. It's just back on ground. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So clearly there's some frames that are done goofed. That one right there in particular. Yeah, because we have a spine keyframe, we have a left pelvis keyframe, and a right pelvis keyframe. So that clearly needs to be corrected for. IO. Okay. How's that look? How does that look? I don't like the arms coming out up front like this. and so far down. Let's drop them down a bit. And let's widen up the shoulders a little bit. It just looks like an unnatural pose for the zombie to end at. That looks better to me. Actually, and the symmetry is off-putting too. So if you look at the animation, the right arm drags behind for most of the animation. So I think I'm just going to continue that. I'm going to put it like here. And I'm going to extend the arm, give it a sense of, yeah, all right. Boom, boom. Okay. Yeah. And then the zombie's looking up for some reason. Probably leftover from... Let me make him look down. Yeah, okay. Not bad. Okay, now I get to decide. Let's take a look at the hand positions across the animation. Boop. So we go really wide and stay medium. I think I like that. Something in between, maybe? Okay. All right. I think that's too far out. I think that might be the winner right there for how far apart the hands should be. I think that's too close. It just doesn't give us enough. It doesn't give us enough space for sliding our torso along it. I like that. That's not bad. It's just kind of right up against the boxes that I had. Okay. We'll start from there. So we will grab these little indicator nubs and move them to the hands. Grab Y, boop, boop. All right. I need to move this. So now it's the part where I'm giving a more nuanced pass and correcting for unsightly clipping. I like, maybe I should move the zombie up a little bit. Maybe at least the torso. Ooh, yeah, that was perfect. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Maybe rotate this back. Okay. Okay, now that doesn't matter as much. Okay, so that frame is good. Now we're going to work backwards from that frame. I need to move the arms out a little bit. I'm going to rotate it Y so I get it to face the ground. Check out that deformation. That's god awful. Look at that. Eek. Doesn't need to be that bad, yo. That's better. Ugh, that's disgusting. that's something, eh? That's better-ish. Let's go there, and then grab it, move it there, rotate Z, bring it back, do it again. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's lock these in place. Grab Z, Alt R that. Rotate Y, rotate Y, grab Z down, rotate Y, grab Y, grab X, and rotate Z. Rotate Y. All right. A little high, but okay. And IO. All right. Okay. I gotta fix this frame. Boop. A little more. Yeah. Oh, jeebus. Look at that deformation, yo. So bad. I said Alt R. There it is. What? Why am I rotating around? What the hell? Whoa. What is that doing? Hold on. Did I? Undo, 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 undo. Oh, what the hell did I do? I did some shortcut on accident that flipped the bone start, I guess. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, flip, flip, flip. Rotate Y. All right. Rotate Z. Rotate Y. All right. Good. That looks a little far forward. Yeah. Okay, good. Grab that. Set it. Gotta fix this monstrosity. Y. Let's do that. Boom. Gotta ease off on that horribly deformed stuff. Looks better. Boom. Okay. All right. Now one frame back. It's not too far off, but it is off. I'm just gonna move it there, move it there. There-ish. IO. This deformation should be fixed though, because that's just really bad. I gotta remember to always check that. Nice. Nice. It's close. It's real close. Crap. No, undo that. Undo that. I wasn't supposed to clear the rotation on that guy. I'm just supposed to rotate it about its local y-axis until it doesn't look so bad. R, boom, boom, grab Z, bring it back. Nice. All right. Too far forward. Let's bring it back. Okay. Set. Moving on. Okay. That's something. I'm gonna have to rotate these out a little bit. So we're on the final frame of the animation now. And I'm gonna have to move this up. Boom. Let's do grab X a little bit. Deformation looks good. That looks fine, actually. These are all keyframes, so let's just set it. All right, and then we'll probably have to fix some of these middle frames here. So we got 2 frames to fix. Let's start with this one. What's going on? Too much relaxation happening here. Let's slide these up. Okay. Good. All right. Grab the whole arm. Except L, L, O. Oh, that's nice. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's not so bad. If you fix the actual keyframes first, oftentimes the interpolated keyframes are going to be a lot better. It's not right, not quite right at least, but it's real close. I'm talking real close. You might be able to fix it with just moving. Nah. Maybe? That's not bad, yo. Let's do that. Okay, let's just give it a playthrough. Boop. Ooh. Okay. Leave cursor on the last frame to export. I like that note. I appreciate that note. Let's jump it. Okay, select the full zombie. Let's try exporting an animation. I haven't exported an MDL model in a couple months. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Builds, AI revamp, NZP, models, I guess. That'd be a progs folder, but could have been one of the other millions of NZP directory structures. Z-full, I guess. Do I leave these alone? Eye position don't matter. Sync type, I don't know what that is. Effects, none. Auto transform, sure. MDL mins are set. Yeah, these are good. These are excellent. Yeah. So run that. Oh, it seems to have worked. And I haven't changed any of the frame numbers, so I should just have to restart it. Whoop. Should probably spell the map right. Let's try that. Oh, he broken. Oh yeah, he broken. He real broken. Whoa. Oh, that's that's so bad. What the hell happened? What happened? What happened there, Chiff? I definitely... Oh, why am I on frame 0? 228. File, export, middle. Oh, end frame. 228. Bruh. Z full. Yeah, Z full, export. Good. Jeebus. Okay. All right, let's try that again. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, that's it. That's the stuff. Impulse 115. Hey, he moving. That's good. Look at that dude. Look at that dude. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good start. Okay. Back to the full animation. And Zombie climb. I need to fix the changes that I did to the traversal. Yeah, this right here. And this, except this. Yeah. Nope, don't run it. Don't run it. I gotta recompile it first. Run. Again, every time. You going. Nice. I'm gonna scooch my chair in here. Huh. I need to try that again. I need to stare at it from a couple different angles. That's not bad. There's something weird going on with this left leg. What's going on? I'm not gonna worry about like getting a perfect mapping. The left leg does get real deformed during the animation, and I didn't really pay attention to the legs in this pass, so what's going on with it? Whoops. Oh yeah, it just teleports. Oh god, what the hell? I mean, nah, you can't be doing that, yo. I must have forgotten to move it, I guess. I had to have forgotten to move it. What frame are we on? This one? Yeah, I had to have. Um, the left leg has to be tucked at this point. And can I poke it back? I totally can. Looks really weird. Do that. Would it look better if I did like that? No, it's just a weird thing. That's a tricky thing there. Because he like snaps his leg through the wall. And the only way I'm going to avoid that is if the leg is extremely tucked. Like that. Because what's happening here? Let's try it again. You stare at it one more time. I really need to make these zombies killable. They have like 1,000 health. I wasn't watching. Gotta do it again. It's not terrible. Maybe the fixes I did now are gonna help. 228, file, export, middle. Is a full 228, export. Nice. Real nice. Yeah, okay. I don't need to recompile, but I can run it. Map, nav test, impulse 115. Let's go. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, that's not bad. Let me start it again here. Oh, oh, let me think about this. It's offset by some amount. By some amount. It might be offset by just a frame. What's happening there? Oh, you know what? I believe that Blender applies interpolation to animations by default. I think it doesn't do linear interpolation. I need to switch to the, what is it? The graph editor. Here. Go away. Let's check this out. There it is. See what kind of easing it's providing. It is providing easing. Of course it is. Okay. So this dude, why does it have an X on the keyframe? Nope. Sorry, too far. It's gonna go up to frame something. Whoops. There. Why does it move on the X? Yo, hold on. That's not good. It's moving from -10 to 20. Oh, X is, sorry, I thought it was moving on the Y. X is expected. Yeah, X is perfectly fine for it to be moving across. Unfortunately, this isn't good. Key, I need to change the interpolation type to, oh shite, to linear. There. Okay, let's fix it, because again, I did linear interpolation. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing in game. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My bad. That was an oopsie on my part. Now I just have to go in and move the zombie again to counteract for that. Fortunately, all the poses will be good. Okay, last keyframe is perfect because it has to be. This frame needs fixing, actually. Let me go back to the dope editor, the dope sheet editor. Yeah. This one's perfect because it has to be, but these are kind of a waste. There's nothing happening here other than the leg clipping through. Like, really, there's nothing. Okay, I'm gonna want to fix this, but before I do, yeah, okay. Again, only fix the keyframes first. So like that. Oh. Boop, boop. Let's go up a little bit. A little bit. More. Yeah. Okay, another keyframe. Let's drop it down, synchronize it. That's not a keyframe on the spine, so I'll skip to the next one. Move frame. That's a keyframe on the spine. And we're going to have to move up. Yep. Okay, do it again. IO, sorry. I don't know what the hell I just keyframed there. Yo, wait. Sorry, that was on like a fractional keyframe for a second. Grab that, shift it up, IO. Again, IO. Good. Like, okay, I need to figure out something for the zombie to be doing in these two frames. Because Okay, so you have to end it with the zombie. I guess you don't. I could invert these. You know what? Let me think about the walk cycles. Let's see. Let's go back to the walk cycles. So walk cycle. Right foot forward. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, right foot forward. Oh, interesting. Walk 3 has the left foot forward. Don't know why I chose to do that. Jog has right foot forward at the start, and run has left foot forward at the start. So boop. Okay. So I have made the determination that I can actually, for this to make sense, right? The left foot should stay planted. But 3 frames later, the left foot is now, I don't know, a foot forward. So I really need to bring this foot back here. Let me undo that, actually, just for a moment. Go there. Or that bone. That's better. Do need to move it out. Okay. Is that at least consistent with where it was before? Let's check. It's about an inch or inch and a half from the edge. All right, let's put down a fiducial. Grab Y, grab X, scale Y, scale X. I'm gonna put this down right where the foot is, just to tell if it's planted or not. Oop. Okay. Back to the rig. And go. Ooh, that's real close. It's a little far out though. But we can bring it back in. IO. All right. Okay. And now we have our task. So our task is that we want the right leg to be out a little bit, because the right leg should step at the very end. Okay. And now we have an action for the zombie to do. Look at that. Oh my god, that's horrifying. Why does that's bad. It's real bad. Grab X, slide it back, slide it down. Too far back. I need to bring it up a little bit. I need a smooth motion of the torso towards the end point. Yeah, okay, that looks better. Now I need to fix the legs. Like that. Let's fix the planted leg first. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to copy these keyframes. So it's all of these boys. Shift grab X, 1 frame. Okay. I'm going to grab. Oh, wait, the torso is moving down? Oh, no, the knee's just really bent. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I see. That'll do it. Let's move that, rotate that down. Oh, yeah, that's not bad. Move it up. Move it there. LIO. All right. Look at that. That's good. And I didn't even need a keyframe on this frame because fixing frame 178 and frame 180 caused frame 179 to just be really close to the where it should be. Now I just gotta fix the right leg. So it's gonna be planted at the final frame, which means the frame just before the final frame, it should be up. And in. It's almost stepping. I don't want it to be in too much. Let's do there. Oop. 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 Let's try that. How's that motion look? Let's see. I think it's not tucked enough. I think I need to bend it more. Especially here. I think that's fine. Yeah. I think that's good. I think I like that. Ooh, all right. I'm excited. Let's check this out. Full zombie. Let's export this mofo. Model. Let's go to the full. Where is the full? Not that the full. I want that's the full. And frame. We're ending at frame 228 because that's how many frames are in the zombie animations. All right. Let's check it out. What's going on? Sorry, let me check my stream here. That's how I do it. Yeah. Keep it paused. Nice. Nice. All right. Let's try it in game. This should look good because we definitely, what we observed in game, we definitely were able to reproduce in Blender. So hopefully we've accounted for it. Impulse 115. All right, let's go. Oh, that's so crispy. Ooh, baby. I need to get rid of zombies. I definitely need to get rid of zombies. And here's a little secret that, oh, this is so crispy. Holy shit. There's only one traversal type. So when the zombies jump down, they're going to do the same thing, but in reverse, I guess. What's going to happen, actually? I don't know what's going to happen here. Nice. Let's restart. I need to get away. I need to make a way to get rid of zombies, but I want to watch this a couple of times. All right. Boop. Oh. That's real good. All right, now come back down. All right, real nice. Oh, that's not bad, man. That's not bad. Let's go back here. Scuffed. Absolutely scuffed. I also might want to modify the animation so that it works on shorter ledges. Because if I do, like here, watch, ready? I mean, first of all, the placement's all off, right? But that's not the main issue. The main issue is that the zombie is really overextended. at this ledge height. Let me think about this. I don't really want to enforce any minimum ledge heights. I would like the animation, so I'd like to support any ledge height, including this, right? Maybe not something as small as this. So there's this is really tiny. I don't think supporting this is necessarily the right idea. This height here, because a player could jump it, right? That's not good. That's not very... I mean, there's nothing stopping me from supporting it, though. Yeah, like the invisible zombies, though. These zombies are... Oh, yeah, I can take damage. Those are real zombies there. Those are actual NZP zombies. This other thing here is a fake zombie. It's a test zombie entity that I've cooked up, that I've made in my lab as a future replacement for these zombie types. This zombie uses nav meshes. These old ones use... I don't know what they're using right now. I don't recall if they have the nav mesh logic. I don't think they do, though. I think they're trying to use waypoints. Okay. So what am I going to do about this? The point is that the current jump animation, it looks good. It looks awesome. But it's made specifically for a ledge that's at least this high, right? Yeah, like this high, exactly. Exactly this high. Oh, boy. Maybe... What if I start the animation, like... The problem is the legs are overextended, right? Maybe... I could start the animation here. Maybe I just play... Okay, let's try it. Starting at frame 161 to around there, 166. So 161 to 166. Here's the beauty of the animation system that I've cooked up. We're going to make a new jump animation called jump low. And it's going to end at 166. So we're going to get rid of the last frame. And again, the last frame is the one where the zombie's fully extended. That's the problem frame for low barriers. And the climb animation is going to start... Let's start at 171. So we're going to make one called climb low, and we're going to start it at 171. So it's going to stop early in the jump animation and start late in the climb animation. Let's fix the indents. Let's do this. Low. Low. Back that up. All right. Okay. Traversal. For now... Ooh, that's a good idea. Hold on. Let me think about this. Here's the trick, though. There's a bit of a trick to this, ain't there? Yeah. Instead of... Okay. Because now I've changed the animations that are going to be played by the traversal. In theory, I should have to create a new traversal type, right? One for jumping high, and then one for jumping not so high. But instead of creating two different types of traversals, I could theoretically automatically detect which traversal to play depending on the geometry of the traversal. So here, right, yeah. So right before I kick off the animation, right before I dispatch the animation, I'm gonna check height of ledge we're climbing. And I don't know what the cutoff should be. Let's make it be, let's see. So if this is a zombie at a starting point, let's add in a cube here. Okay. If the traversal is higher than what is that? That's so this is moving it 100 quake units up above the zombie's feet. Hold on, let me check that, double check that. Let me place there. Okay. This is so the current one is at 98 quake units above the zombie's feet. And that's kind of the minimum, right? That's kind of the minimum height necessary for it. So let's just set that. Let's just try it. So my threshold is 98 quake units. We have the end puzz and we have the start puzz. Let's call it traversal height float equals end puzz.z minus start puzz.z. We shouldn't really have traversals that are jump up where the end position is lower than the high position. That's kind of an invalid case. So I kind of don't want to take the absolute value. If traversal height is greater than 98 quake units, play full jump / climb anim. Otherwise, let's flip this logic actually. If short jump up, play short jump / short climb anim, and then let's do less than 98. Play full jump / climb anim. Okay. And all I need to do is this, yeah? This changes for sure. Okay, these are going to change. Let's do float anim time up here. Let's declare it. And move these up. Duplicate them and bring them down. Okay. Hey, Ivy. Yes, but I don't remember how the hell I set up Discord. Let me think about this. Hold on. How did I do this? So I had my headset plugged into my MacBook, and I was joined in the VC on the MacBook, and the audio was being routed. Oh God. I had the audio being split so I could monitor it on the MacBook, but also send it to the stream. I'm down to give it a shot, but I don't know if I'll be able to figure this out here quickly. Let me try, because I think my my virtual audio device, Black Hole, I think is what I was using, isn't happy with my latest version of macOS. So let me see. Let me see if I can get that. Maybe I can update it. Modern macOS virtual audio loopback driver. A request. Oh, I see. Yeah, I can. I'll give it a shot in a second. I don't know if black hole's gonna work. Where is black hole? Where are my black hole settings? Let's do black hole. Try that out. I have no idea if my audio is still working. Awesome? Question mark? Oh my god. This is what happens when I don't. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this up on the main screen. I do not remember how I did this. I should probably take notes next time. Multi-output device. This is a nightmare. Okay, let's just try it and I'll figure it out as I go. So at Ivy Devs, is that a Discord username? Is that a YouTube account? Because I have at Ivy Dev. I have you on Ivy Dev as a friend on Discord, but not Ivy Devs. So, oh, there's a new notification thing. Where's it at? What? What's going on? This is something. Discord user. Okay, there's the username that you sent has an S at the end of it. The one that I have you on is a friend. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so all right, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. This is going to be really confusing. I'm going to have to pull up my headset. Oh boy. Bear with me one moment. The audio device detected. Discord has detected. Yes. Testing. I can't hear you. I don't know if that's a problem for me. MacBook Pro microphone. Input device, external microphone. Yep. Output device. This is the tricky part. Let's do. How's my volume? It's up, yeah. External headphones. Let's try fixing this first. Hey, I can hear you. Okay. So what I have yet. Oh, that's weird. External microphone. Test. Still not working. What in the hell? Oh, I had push to talk, apparently. Okay, you can hear me now, right? Nice. What I haven't figured out is how to send your audio both to my headset and to the stream, but let me poke around here for a second. And I'll also actually go ahead and click this up. Screen 2, go live. Okay, Let's figure the audio out. Output device. So I wanted multi-output device. But I don't know what that multi-output device is configured for. So let me check my sound settings. Yeah, this is a nightmare. I think every time you've offered to join the live stream, which you're always welcome, by the way, but I hesitate because I'm like, oh crap, I got to figure out that ridiculous setup again.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me on regardless. I noticed you were on yesterday as well, but I was busy then.
I wasn't streaming or anything, but I was online. I've actually been on pretty consistently for like a week.
Really, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not in the community server anymore, so I don't see any of that
Yeah, no
activity.
worries. I've been real quiet. I haven't been announcing my presence very much. I just, yeah, I don't know. I have, it's difficult to stay consistent on this project. So I kind of just want to stay consistent on the down low for a little bit before making a big fluff. Um,
Yeah, no, I'm for the most part I'm down and out. You know, the amount of time I had dedicated, because you know I joined when I was in my early teens. Yeah, my early teens. So I had all the time in the world. Um, but I had to break away from that because the older I get, the more it's like, oh, I really can't afford to be doing this.
that's, I
Yeah, so
100% relate to that. And I think a lot of times, um, when I've stepped away from NZP in the past, it's been out of, um, it's been out of a realization that like, hey, this is really fun, but I have to do something that will, pay bills or make ends meet or something.
yeah, the input doesn't match the output, is
For
what I've been
sure.
saying. To where even if it was growing as a community, I think I would still be putting that time into it. But the way it's, you know, I would put um, at the minimum 5 to 6 hours a week, at the maximum 20 to 25, and then watching nothing come of it. It's like no, I can't.
And
You know.
no, yeah, I absolutely get that. And there's the additional difficulty where in the absolute best case scenario, nothing could still come of it because of the project nature itself. We can't ever charge for this. We can't ever
Yeah.
monetize it. Um, it's a little bit disheartening in that sense, but damn, is it fun sometimes.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of fun, and that's why I wish I could do it more. That's why you know I think Patreon is great for stuff like that, and you know the week I did stream, I was trying to advertise. You know, like hey, um, you know if you donate, I can do this more. If not, which was a little bit of an uncomfortable position for me to be in, given it's not really something that the project was known for in the past. But
Yeah.
that was so out of necessity.
Yeah, no shade whatsoever. Yeah, definitely you got to do what you got to do, man. You got to take care of your stuff. Um yeah, it's hard. It's a difficult thing and um yeah, well, we should chat offline sometime about this, but um
Yeah. Um, are you set up?
yeah, I think so. I hear two of yous. I hear one coming from my streaming
Okay.
computer, and I think that's a green light. I think we're good, but I don't think anyone's around to tell me whether or not it's working. I should probably actually monitor this for just a moment to make sure it's good. Let me check this.
Here I have the stream open. I gotta wait for it to catch up.
I don't hear anything. Test, 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 test.
Yeah, I was listening. Turn me up just a little bit, a tiny bit, and then you'll be good on the stream end.
Sounds good. 10-4. Where is...
All right, all right.
How the hell? Where's the button? Oh my god. No, don't full screen Discord. Stop. Stop it. User volume.
Hold on.
So
I can
user
do it on
volume's
my
at
end.
200
Oh.
on my end.
Okay, I'll turn my output up. Just a little bit. That should
Oh,
be
you know
good.
what? I can also increase my computer volume on the stream. That's another way. Elgato volume, crank, crank, crank. Okay, I just cranked you up.
Great. Okay.
Is that better? Let me know.
Well, I gotta wait for the stream to catch up.
All right, let me know. We'll give it a couple iterations. Let me catch you up with what I've been doing. So I was driving home 2 weeks-ish ago, and I think this was really started by your fantastic idea to have an NZP week. By the way, I really want to give you kudos for the way you set that up and the way you set up very well-defined rules and tasks for each day and topics for each day. That was really cool. And you had a schedule and you stuck with it. That's awesome. That's really cool.
Yeah, it almost fell behind because of some. First, it was network issues on the PSP day, and then it was PPS's PP just decided that it wanted to cause my whole system to crash. So it was like, oh fuck, I'll delay this by a day. But I sat on it, and I decided, well, no, because I want to have a consistent schedule and I don't want to fall behind. I'll rush it out a part 2 that night, and that's when you joined in. So it almost wasn't as rigid.
Nice. Well, you pulled it off. All right.
Yeah, go.
Okay. Where do I start? So I wanted to come back to the idea of traversals, and I was a little hesitant. We had three kind of vague ideas floating around. One was the idea of a revamp of the AI. We had started prototyping a zombie that was using these frame group ideas to try to drive the animation. There was this whole nav mesh thing that was floating around, and I really didn't want to commit to finalizing that stuff until I figured out this last piece, which was this idea of a traversal mechanism.
Right.
I'm in love with the idea of traversal mechanisms because of what they open up maps to be able to do. I have this dream of creating a version of Verrückt where, if the German side players or the American side players all die out, the zombies will nav mesh out of that area across the courtyard and back into the other area.
Right, I remember this.
So yeah, all of that requires these idea of traversals that are basically connections between nav mesh polygons that have no otherwise connection. So you're watching my screen, right, on Discord? Cool. So
yep, I'm
wait for it to propagate through the stream. But all right. So I have this map set up as an absolute mess right now because I'm just prototyping a bunch of stuff. The start idea was I wanted to throw some polygons on this side, throw some polygons on this side, and throw a traversal across these two polygons here. And I wanted to test a couple of things. This all started off with the last thing I had done with traversals was making this in-game editor where you could see these little arrows go across it. And there's a couple of commands that I'm thinking of refactoring. Just to, as I get familiar with this system, I get stronger feedback on what's useful, what's not useful, and what's missing. But yeah, we have this editor for traversals. We have an editor literally for traversals, an edit mode for a traversal where you have a point selected along the traversal. Nav trav next point. So you can use that to toggle points out to the last point. And if I go to the middle point, I can toggle that point. And that gives you a point of freedom to turn on or turn off. And I can turn it back on.
Right.
So on the first point, I can get the angle. I can get the angle of the traversal. Right now it's 0 in world space, so I can set the angle to like 15, and that rotates it, right? Set it back to 0. I can also get the point position for each point. So this point in space is at 192, -187, -159, and I can move that. So if I want to be very precise, I can move it by a quake unit forward or whatever direction I want. But the other 2 points are defined relative to the starting point. So if I get their position are, so the middle point positions is relative to the start point, an offset of x, an offset of 0 on the x-axis, 65 on the y-axis, so 65 units forward, and set 24 units up. And the next point is 0 offset on the x, 120 units forward, and 0 units up. So letting you define traversal point coordinates in that way, I think, made a lot of sense for really fine-tuning a traversal for geometry. And I have this idea where eventually I'd like to actually, when you're in this traversal editor, show a zombie model animating across the traversal, so you can really get down to the nitty-gritty and line up the animation to the geometry that you have in the scene, in the map. But that's about the last thing I did on traversals before I disappeared for a while. If I exit the traversal editor, the next thing I had to figure out was I had to start scoping out what was to be required when a traversal is actually used in pathfinding. So that required figuring out some data structures, but most of all, it required almost doing a damn near rewrite of the nav mesh based pathfinding algorithm so that it can use traversals. So traversals are by definition unidirectional. You can only go one way. Cleverly elaborated by these arrows. And the complication, so there's a lot going on here, but we'll start off with the pink line. The traversals and the polygons, so a polygon is aware of which traversals begin inside of that polygon. So this polygon, if I select the vertices, just so I could speak more clearly about it, this polygon here that I've selected knows that this traversal starts inside of it. And when it's doing its A-start pathfinding search, it not only considers its neighbor's polygons, but it also considers traversals that begin inside of it. And only if traversals also end inside of a valid polygon, because if you have a traversal that doesn't go to a polygon, that's a poorly set up traversal that should not be used. So the first part of A* is for the neighbors to find the path, and that's where this pink line means. The green box finds the containing polygon for the green box, which starts here. This is the center of the polygon. It goes to its neighbor polygon. This neighbor polygon determines that the next step used is actually a traversal. So the next point in the pink line is the start of the traversal. Next point is the end of the traversal. And this traversal knows which polygon it ends up inside of. And that's this pink point. And that takes you to the final pink point along the path, which is where the end point, the polygon that contains the end point. And then I had to do a pretty intense rewriting of the whole nav mesh smoothing, path smoothing algorithm, where, okay, great, you have the list of polygons used in the path. How do you come up with a nice short path from that? And before I had a monster of an algorithm that I'm shocked I was actually able to clean up the algorithm quite a bit. It ended up being less code, and it also takes into account traversal, so that's kind of cool. But now, yeah,
Fantastic.
I'm super happy about that. But now, yeah, so that we have these paths that, you know, just the zombie detects that it can walk directly to the traversal, execute the traversal, somehow get to this endpoint, and then end up here and walk, you know, continuing the path. So if I move the endpoint over here, you'll see that it can still do the corner cutting thing, right, where it walks along the corners and it still does the bit where, oh, you know what? I think I may have just found an edge case here. Let me write this down as a to-do item so I don't forget it. What is this? Or nav mesh smoothing for every corner sweep along all portals and place a corner. In the previous version of the funnel algorithm, so here we're crossing these blue lines here are the portals that we're crossing, their edges between polygons. In the previous version of the algorithm, every time you cross one of these edges, you placed a corner at the, I guess, the left endpoint, but not quite the left endpoint. You pull back a little bit. You pull back 20 quake units or 20% of the length, whichever is smaller. So here, 20 quake units away. And here you can see it happening from this edge, this portal, that I put a corner here. But because when I implemented this pull back away from the corners to smooth out the paths a little better, to make the zombies stay away from the walls a little more, so they get less stuck less often, I also introduced the same thing along every edge you cross. So technically, I think it should have placed a point here. I think, but I gotta go back to the drawing board for that. But not super important right now. Kind of an optimization. Right. So I got that working client side in the nav mesh editor. I pulled that logic up to the server side nav mesh pathfinding stuff. And then I started going crazy with debugging things. So this mesh is an absolute mess. But there's some really cool things happening here. So I wanted to stress test the traversal idea. I created this little disjoint section of the map here. That is like a weird point of the mesh, and there's a disconnected polygon that has a traversal. The only way you can get to that polygon is via traversal. Same thing with this guy, same thing with this guy, and same thing with this last little section here. So if we place the final box there, it works. I just, wanted to do a little stress testing.
Hey.
And then this whole area was disconnected on the map. So I just said, hey, why not throw in some traversals from that little island back to the main mesh, and from the main mesh back to that little island. So now if I put up an entity up here, it works. The path it finds is across some traversals and goes back up there. And then I wanted to work on ledge climbing and ledge jumping down. So I threw in some disconnected geometry on the nav mesh up here, threw some traversals here. One goes up, one goes down. Same thing on that side. And I did something kind of cool over here that I was super stoked about. The player, I mean, as far as this map is set up, if I could sprint here, I'd show you. But actually, if I could jump here, I'd show you. But I can't jump in the nav mesh editor for whatever reason right now. The player can actually jump across this little gap to that little area over there. And if you're in that area over there, before the zombie couldn't get to you, but now there's traversals to get down. So the zombie will jump down, go around, and then jump up to that little area right there. So let me disable this. Let me restart. Let me show off some stuff. So traversals are defined right now, and the zombie knows how to use them, but they're not scripted properly. to start off, I had the traversals be a teleport traversal. So when the zombie gets to the first point, it immediately teleports to the end of the traversal, which is a very useful traversal. Well, it will be a very useful traversal for maps. But
Right.
yeah, right now I'm working on the traversal where the zombie climbs up a ledge. So if I come up here, if you recall, actually let me pull up the nav mesh so you can stare at this. Okay. I was working on synchronizing these animations here.
Hey,
Yeah,
look at that.
I think it's pretty sweet. But there's only one traversal type right now, so it's going to do the same thing, but on the way down.
Okay, are those all reused frames?
um, they are frames that were existing in the zombie model, but sort of unused. What do you mean? What do you mean by reused frames?
Um, like that's the same mesh. Um, like you didn't re-export with jumping frames.
I did re-export, but only because I modified the mesh to clean it up, or I modified the animation to clean it up. These aren't new frames that I've added. Same mesh, but
Okay.
I did have to do a re-export. Unfortunately, I can't jump because I'm in the nav mesh editor. Okay, let's just do this. Let me just take my word for it. There's a nav mesh up here, but it's so cool. It's so cool seeing this.
Okay.
Just watch for a moment. And now, so bad.
No, that is that is awesome.
You come back over here, and the zombie knows that it has to go around. Yeah, there was a lot of things that I had to figure out for this. One of which was I had to come up with a new definition for animation. So that frame group stuff that you and I came up with last time wasn't going to work. And QuakeC has the incredible limitation that apparently the only types of pointers it likes is function pointers. You can't pass around pointers to lists or arrays. At least you can in FTE. You can't in other engines, right? In vanilla QC. So I had to come up with this coming up with this idea seriously took me like 3 days. Rip. Okay, I'll wait. No worries. In the meantime, I'm gonna check some other stuff. Oh, we're not using it yet. Oh, right. Okay. Low. Oop. And the jump low ends how many frames early? 166. Oh, 1 frame early. So we want this to end 1 frame early. All right. Okay. All right. Whoops. Let's open. Close that out. Run. Okay. So this should work. Nice. All right. And now if we go back here. Let's see how this looks. That's not very good. That's not very good. Ah, I forgot something. Climb low. Low. Boom. Okay. Recompile. Run. Shit. Oh no. Oh, let me just restart. What? Test. Default external microphone. Yes. Good. Voice activity, push to talk. Good. Okay, that looks fine. Share screen. Go. Huh? Screens. Into. Go. Maybe you're not up. Stream failed to start. It's weird. Yeah. I can't hear you. That's pretty bad. Yeah. Test. Hey, there you are.
Hello? You're in the call.
Yeah, I see you in the call. It was.
No,
Oh, I
you
wasn't
weren't in
there?
there.
That's weird. I had tried sharing my
Yeah,
screen and it said failed, but it looked like I was in the call, so I must have not joined properly.
that's weird. Okay. So I lost you after you were saying frame groups weren't working
Yeah.
out.
So frame groups were we had defined a frame group. I don't know how much you remember about this, but we had defined a frame group as a start frame number, a stop frame number, and a speed at which to play the animation, which you can think of as like the amount of time, the amount of seconds to play the animation as. So this was kind of powerful because you could say you could have a 5 frame animation played across 10 seconds, and you could have these sort of slow motion animations going. And you could also play animations in reverse.
Right, I remember this.
One of the issues we ran into was that frame interpolation control was fragmented. So on FTE, on the client side, you have frame 2, and lerp frac, I think, to control. Not available on server side. You'd have to do the whole thing where you write a callback for rendering an entity on the client side and then control it there. And then who knows what we would have to have done for other platforms. But that was kind of one downside of that animation system. The other downside of the animation system was that there was no way to do the following. So ignore what the syntax is doing. I'll describe it. But it's a list of frames. But here I have the ultimate freedom. I can put any list of frames in any order. I could jump across the frame space, I could do frames in reverse. There's nothing stopping me from doing anything I want with any of the zombie frames on the model. So this
Okay.
list of frame numbers is perfectly valid as far as the system is concerned. I really wanted to express an animation as a list of frames because I want, for some of the traversals, I'm going to want to do very clever reuse of frames from other animations. I basically wanted an animation to be a list of frames, but there's no
Okay.
goddamn way to pass around pointers to lists in QuakeC. I tried so many things, and you can check my commit history, but I tried a lot of different things, and it finally hit me that the only thing QuakeC likes as pointers are functions. So I thought, like, okay, what are the things that you do with an array? One is you access the array, right? You get the value contained at a certain index. And the other thing you might want to do on an array is get the length of the array. So I came up with this preprocessor directive that takes this define anim, some name, some list of frames, and it just converts it to this. So it creates two functions for every one of these. One is get the frame of that function. So you pass a frame index, and it just, has a literal array inside of it and returns the frame for that index. And the other one is get the length of the animation. So again, it has the same literal array, but it returns the length of the array. But instead of doing that for every single animation, I thought this was much nicer to stare at. So that's all that's going on there. It's just a list. It's creating a list, really two lists inside the QuakeC, but it's okay, I think. And then I went back to the drawing board with the whole AI chase thing and the way the animations were going to be driven. So I really tried to keep the idea of being able to play animations in slow motion. And I had this cool thing where I had callback. So I had a callback that was executed at every logic tick, which, in Quake terms is expressed as every 0.1 seconds ish. Quake kind of marries the logic with the frames. So you have, logic being ran for an entity and the frame being updated for an entity. I tried my best to separate those out so I could have an animation play at an arbitrary frame rate and logic be executed at an arbitrary logic rate. But I ran into issues because of that lack of frame interpolation control, and sort of made the last second call to just not go with that until, maybe down the road we can get that control added in and have it somehow be cross-engine. But I went back to this idea where the AI chase think function, so this is executed every next think, basically just steps through the animation and it calls a think callback that you can assign arbitrarily. And it also has the bonus where's it at? There's some code here. So this is the code that sets up the zombie entity when I type impulse 115. I'm going to get rid of the think callback. I'm going to get rid of the state pathing. I added in as a little bonus that you can define an animation stop type. So this is something I pulled in from that custom game engine parkour game I did a while back that I was really happy with, where every time you play an animation, you can tell it how to stop the animation. So there's stop type stop, which just freezes at the last frame. There's stop type loop, which restarts the animation from the first frame. And then there's stop type next anim, where you can queue up another animation to play. So what you can do here, what I've done here, is I tell the zombie on spawn to play the zombie rise animation, where it rises out of the ground. And when you're done, play the next queued animation. And the next queued animation is the walk animation. So with literally no logic on the zombie's part, I was able to create the behavior that you see here, where I tell it to play the rise animation and then automatically tell it to play the walk animation with the loop type, with the stop type loop on the walk animation. So it just loops. There's literally not a thought behind the zombie's eyes right now. It's just playing animations.
Yeah, I like that. That seems to fit nicely with the lack of um, pre and post execution callbacks. Um, I think this is a nice substitute because this is kind of what I had in mind when I pitched that system to you.
Nice.
Was chaining behaviors like this.
I only coded it up so that you can only queue up a single animation. But thinking about the use cases that we'd want to use this for, I think that's enough. And certainly for the playing around that I've done so far, I don't think there's a reason to buff it up any more than it is now. But like in my mind, it covers every situation you want. For example, a zombie walking off of a ledge, it plays that initial animation of like falling, but then it has like 2 frames, I think, that it loops back and forth between where the arms are like flapping in the wind. So you play the animation of the falling, and then you queue up the flapping in the wind animation, and that that works perfectly. It'll keep playing that animation until you interrupt it and tell it to play something else, aka when the zombie is on the ground again.
Right, I see.
And yeah, it was a natural fit for the riser situation. I don't know if that's eventually how it'll be used, but yeah, there's kind of a test there that made sense to do. Okay, so I wanted to try. Right, what else did I do?
So if we could go back to that for a second. So a question of logic I would have is if you think about how the zombies rise in World at War, there's more to it than an animation playback. I still think some kind of execution callback would be useful because when the zombie rises, you want to tell the server to, for example, play a specific sound and spawn some effect there. So does that allow for this?
Yeah, so regardless of whatever animation is playing, you can assign a think callback that is executed at every animation frame. Yeah, the way that this system would support it is that you have some sort of function that captures the logic you want during the rise animation, whether it be sound effects, whether it be particle effects, whatever you want to spawn in. And it would just be ran at every tick. In the past, I had a slightly better, more satisfying thing, and that code is gone now. It's gone to Git history. The great Git history in the sky. I had before, so I had the again when animation frames and think invocations were decoupled. You'd have a think callback, and separately you'd have a frame callback, where the think callback is executed every logic tick, however often you want to run that, 10 seconds, whatever. And the frame callback is only executed when a new frame is reached. So if you're playing an animation in slow motion, if you're slowly moving from frame 0 to frame 1 across 10 seconds, that frame callback will only be executed at the very start for frame 0, and once you reach frame 1, 10 seconds later. And there were fields set on the zombie that have is first frame and is final frame. So I would set those to true or false depending on if it was the first or last frame in the animation, so that the frame callback could use those to determine if it had to do something else. But I had to get rid of all that. You can still do the same thing now. You have the current frame index in the animation, so you can check that. So you can, in this think callback, you can just check, right? If current anim frame index is 0, we're always at the first frame of the animation. If it's equal to the length of the animation minus 1, then we're at the final frame of the animation. And
Gotcha.
like before, I think I think even demo NZP had for some of the zombies that the think times weren't always 0.1 seconds. I had modulated the think time on one of the animations to slow it down a little bit. I think I'd made it like 0.12. You can, where's it at? Here. So here I have this next, no, right. I have the idea of an animation frame time. That's the delta time between frames. So 0.1 means 10 FPS. You can increase it or decrease it to change the frame rate, however. But you can set it for the current animation that you've dispatched or for the next queued up animation that you dispatched. So in this case here, I tell it to play the rise animation at 10 FPS, which is kind of the de facto animation FPS that everything was designed for. But the next animation, being the walk animation, I had it play from anywhere from, oh man, let me do this math. This is 20 FPS to what, like 5? Whatever 1 divided by 0.15 is. And that gives it some randomness to the zombie walk, which I think is kind of cool. I don't know if I want to keep this because this is not in World at War, I think, but
I remember we had a system in place to do this before as well, and I agreed it was really nice, especially when you have such limited frames. Any kind of variety, I think, is valuable.
Yeah, I think I like it, but we'll have to come up with a viable range of acceptable frame times for each animation. But yeah, like this is an example of what that looks like, right? Some of them move a lot faster, and so they clump up together a lot less, and there's kind of more variety in what you're looking at.
Yeah, that clumping is definitely valuable. That way you don't have to. I had to disable some logic you had before for performance reasons, where like every frame, every zombie would like push away anything within its radius.
Yeah.
So it was just so slow.
Yeah, trying to combat that clumping behavior. But yeah, we have this option available to us. I left it commented out because I don't know if I want it, but it's you know, it's something that this system enables us to do. So for now, I only have one zombie think callback. I don't know if I like this design pattern, but it so far is okay for now. Where this think callback is executed every frame / logic tick. And if the zombie state is pathing, this is where we, walk towards the player. And there's another state called traversing where it's executing a traversal. And I grabbed all of that logic and just punted it to another function because it was getting kind of wild. This is really bare bones rudimentary stuff, but it's kind of exciting that it didn't take a lot of code to mimic a lot of the behavior we're going for. Like a lot of the complexity in the zombie is in weird edge things, like how do you rip down window boards, yeah. So this is kind of an initial test at playing the zombie frames, and I also tweaked the zombie footsteps. So I have this function of get zombie walk is footstep. I hand it the current frame, and it tells me yes or no. Is this frame one that I should be playing a footstep sound at? And actually, I forgot that I haven't handled the other walks. Walk 2, walk 3, jog 1. Oh geez, no emojis. Run 1. Okay. And I was really happy tweaking these because I don't know what frame numbers we were using before, but they were a little off, and right now they look really well synchronized to the animation, so it looks pretty good. I have another function that returns for the current frame. It's the amount of quake units that the animation should move forward in that frame. and this comes straight from Blender, right? However, however much a foot moves across a frame is how much the zombie should move forward by if you want the foot firmly planted on the ground. And this caused a lot of grief, actually. This was actually the main killer of the disconnected frame logic, think logic setup, where I was having a really hard time. So the zombie velocity was being set in the think callback, but the zombie velocity comes from the amount of quake units that the zombie should be moving across the frame, and because the think callbacks weren't aligned with the frame callbacks, you'd get weird offsets and you'd get the occasional skipped frame, and the zombie was looking rough. He was gliding along the floor a little bit, and that again comes because of the lack of frame interpolation control. If we could have controlled frame interpolation nicely, I don't think we would have observed that. But in the absence of it, merging the two together brought back really good control. So now the zombies, if you observe the zombie feet, they look relatively well planted on the ground. So I don't think this is anything new though. I think they were pretty decent in the other in the latest NZP reboot as it is right now. The jog animation has a little bit of trouble, but that might be an animation I'll have to touch up a little bit to fix, because there's some weird things happening with the feet in that one. But I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Yeah, no, that looks really, really fluid. That's way better than what we have currently, actually.
I will not dispute that.
So
I will take that compliment. Yeah, so okay, I got that. I have all of these. Yeah, this is not. There's no way this is accurate. These values are pulled from the latest Quake C, where every frame just has the zombie move forward like 6 Quake units. So I gotta take a look at the animation again and try cleaning it up, or at least do some analysis to figure out how much exactly should the zombie move forward by on each frame, so that the feet stay firmly planted. Okay. Right. So what I've been doing is, now that I've resisted going live because there's just been a lot of whiteboarding going on. I haven't really figured out the system that how traversals are going to be played by zombies, how zombies are going to execute traversals. But I think I've got something that could work for every traversal type. I wouldn't call this elegant. It's pretty simple, but I can't argue that it works. And I had a really good time yesterday programming this jump up traversal type. So I feel good about it, and okay. I feel like it'll be flexible enough to apply to every traversal, including the Holy Grail, which is, to me, replacing windows with traversals, because that has a lot of logic embedded in it. And it's going to have the additional challenge of the traversal is linked to a world entity being the window, and it depends on the window state. That's going to be a problem on Dequake, because traversals don't really exist on the Quake C side. They're just going to be entirely engine side.
Right.
And so I'll have to figure out what referencing entities looks like on the engine side. But I'm sure it can be done, because engine side generally can do anything. So I have been taking into account exactly how things will work on PSP, and up until very recently with this traversal stuff, I was compiling for PC and PSP at the same time. Right now, PSP compiling is broken because I'm referencing some of the server-side nav mesh stuff directly from the zombie logic, but the fix is going to be really easy for this because all I have to do is, so on PC, this data structure is directly accessible. On PSP, this data structure is going to be completely engine side. So all I need is a function that acts as a dispatch, as like an API between the two that has a different PC and a different PSP implementation. But you know, it's going to be a really clean split, I think, between the two platforms. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing I was working on is cleaning up some of these traversals I have. Actually, let me add something here. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Hold on. I need. So I have this idea that. So the traversal animation, the climb up animation, it is animated for tall ledges.
Right.
If the ledge was short here, the zombie would be clipped into the ground, for example. I was thinking that maybe if I reuse these frames, specifically starting at this one or this one, like 170 or 171, I could get away with reusing the same exact frames for shorter ledges. So I was experimenting with that. So I was saying if the traversal height is less than 98 Quake units, which is roughly the height of this box here that the zombie animation was made for, then oh, I got that backwards. Then I defined another version of the jump and climb animations. So I have this low jump and low climb animation that stops early. So it skips the last frame of the jump and it skips the first 3 frames of the climb animation. And these are chosen such that it might look okay on lower obstacles. But I was experimenting with that and apparently not very well because I got these backwards. So play jump low, play jump low. And I need to do the same logic on the climb portion here. Okay. And it's going to complain. Warning, reinitialized, ignoring duplicate definition for variable because QuakeC has no idea of what a local scope is. It's awesome.
Nope.
Yeah. So the idea of this stream being that I basically just get to go around and clean up some of the traversals and get them looking spicy. I'm really happy about how the climb one came out because after synchronizing the animation, so like moving the zombie around so it would properly move around the obstacle, it mapped really well into Quake. And there's a whole nother challenge that I'm gonna have to figure out where what can I do to figure out the precise placement of a traversal for the mapper, because there are some things I could do on the code side. For example, take the traversal start point and the end point and drop them to the ground so that they're at the perfect height. But I'm not too sure what to do about the X and Y axes in terms of alignment. What did I do here? Oh, I see. Okay. If short climb. If full climb M. Boop. Boop. Anim time is the same code. Traversal start time, traversal end time. Yeah, so this is the same code for both, so we can get rid of that. Yep. And then that. Get rid of that. Okay. Okay, so now I've coded it up so that I'm gonna put this out here. Just to preemptively get rid of that warning. Here. Okay. So if the height of the traversal is less than 98 quake units, we're going to play that truncated version of the jump animation, and then some amount of time later, we're going to play the truncated version of the climb animation. Oops. Nope, stop. Recompile. Run. Okay, let's double check that this looks good. There's a bit that I could automatically determine. Look at that. Look how well synchronized that was. It's so visually appealing. There's quite a bit that I can figure out. Like, I can automatically detect when the traversal start is above the traversal end, and I can infer that it's a ledge drop down, so I could play the ledge drop down animation. So maybe, you know, like the mapper wouldn't have to specify what type of traversal it is for every traversal. Maybe there's like a generic mantle traversal or like barrier traversal. I don't know. I need to come up with a better name for it. That'll automatically determine which traversal to play depending on the geometry of the traversal itself. Okay.
I could see that as being useful.
Yeah. It's going to be painful enough to get the placement figured out, but we'll see. Okay, so the tall one is unbroken. That's unchanged. I ideally didn't break that one at all, but let's see if the short one looks okay, because this one should trigger the truncated animations. Oof, that's bad. Hmm. Yeah.
I almost feel like you could. Can you go in the Blender and show me the window hop?
Nope. Too far back. Where is it? I guess it's before the climb. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so here we go.
I feel like you could reuse at least the start of that, or you could kind of stitch that together. Because the way he has his foot up and the way he's like lifting himself off the ground sort of implies he's coming from up from a to a low point.
I like that. Yeah, I see
You see what I
exactly
mean?
what you mean. I like that. I'm wondering how. What can I do here? Frame 119. So frame 119. I'm looking for this one here. So I'm wondering if we could jump from frame 119. Oh, you know what? Let's try
Those look pretty close.
like there, maybe 176. Let's try. Let's try this. Oh my! I said scroll. Okay. Nope, not that one. Let's try changing the rise definition. We'll try. So I said 119. Okay, the barricade hop, the window hop animation. So we'll start 114 to 119. And then we'll jump to, was it 174-ish? I think 175 is what it'd have to be. Let's see, 175 here. Okay. Okay. Jump to that. Let's duplicate this, comment this out, get rid of that. We're gonna make it loop this animation. So we can just stare at it for a bit. Recompile. I think the trick is that it's gonna move around quite a bit. Wait, what? That could work. The right leg needs work.
Yeah, I don't really like what his neck's doing.
Oh, it's like lifting up at the end.
Yeah.
That comes from here, right?
Such a weird
Yeah.
pose.
So what? You think the head should go down instead of up?
Yeah, I'm trying to visualize in general. Why would his head tilt that? Oh, because he's
He's like,
hopping.
oh,
What?
his head is going up in this animation because of. Let me pull this box here. Is it this one? No. This one? Oh my! I need to name my boxes. Where my box? This one right here. The head. I made the head go up here because the zombie's technically low on the ground. I guess that's almost standing.
I see. Yeah, I think you could get away with a straighter neck there. But I really like the way that flows. Fuck.
This is gonna get really complicated. The climb up animation was very carefully tuned and tweaked to work with the climb up traversal shape. If we do go down this route of reusing frames, animation frames, I'm gonna have to be real careful to finally tweak and tune the animation poses so that it works for multiple.
Yeah. Do we have any free frames? Because I'm wondering if
The limit's
like
256, is it not?
if we could. Yeah. Okay. So we could. I don't think I'd suggest like completely animating a low hop, but if we could substitute that one problematic frame with something a little more tame, and then continue to the wall climb, I think I'd be satisfied with that.
Which problematic frame?
The one where I think it's the same frame where I complained about
Oh.
the neck, you complained about the leg.
Oh, I see.
I think everything else, lerp's fine.
So here's what I'm thinking. We do have, yeah, we have. I think the last one's 228 right now. If we really wanted to, we could add in 18 more frames to the zombie, but we'd be at an absolute limit there, and we better make damn sure that those 18 frames are being put to good use. And that could be a new run animation,
Right.
which would add a lot. What I'm also thinking might be useful is a leaping animation for a traversal. So picture a traversal where a zombie jumps across here, right? I have no animation right now that could work for that in the zombie. At least I think. I think these are common in COD zombies. They use them all the time. I think Buried has
Leaping.
a bunch of examples of it, but um,
Oh yeah, from
mhm.
ledge to ledge. Yeah. Okay. I almost wonder if maybe we should go ahead and try to ration those out now then.
Maybe. Um, I was thinking that.
Mm.
So first of all, I was thinking that this Wonderwalk animation is cool, but it's really chunky in the frames. I had this.
Oh, I forgot that you added that.
It has a little twitch in the end. Oh, hold on. Right here. Wait. Nope. Blender's chugging. Oh my. Blender, what's going on? You can't handle playing 10 FPS animations? Is that, am I asking too much? What? It just stops. Why? Okay, I will manually click the keyboard through. You see that little knee twitch at the end? It's like momentum, you know? It looks so good.
Yeah.
But I could
Uh-huh.
totally just chop those last 2 frames off. Um, Another thing is that, oh my. So the run animation, I don't think it's that many frames. I think it's like 15. So it starts at 93 and it goes to 102. That's 9 frames.
And there's like some see, I there's some that are so identical. I feel like we could it would be a mess. But if we could like consolidate duplicate frames and sort of disregard the organization in the mesh, I feel like we could make room for a lot. Not a lot, but I think you get what I mean.
I think I get what you mean. Um, the run frame is challenging because the gaps between the frames are actually pretty large. I would argue that at least as far as the run frame is concerned, we're doing a lot with very little frames. If you particularly look at the legs, right? Because look, like right leg back, very next frame, right leg is tucked and forward. Next frame, it's back down because
Uh-huh.
he's taken a step. Next frame, all the way back.
Mhm.
This one's like straight, stretched out, and he's coming back for another step. Particularly in terms of, in between these 2 frames here, there's a lot going on. You know, the zombie takes a step and the foot moves back.
Right.
Maybe other animations could have. I don't know. I'm hesitant. Making walk animations is a nightmare.
I
So,
know.
um, it's those are difficult. Maybe idling. I totally get what you're saying though. Like if for some reason I had to have 2 duplicate frames back to back to get the timing worked out, because of the new mechanism where we could just specify the same, we could reuse the same frame number multiple times, squash them down to 1.
Yeah, and not only that, but if you have not like side by side, but if there's a frame, a set of frames that are similar
Mm,
enough for different parts or different actions, those can be consolidated as well. That's why I sort of said disregarding the organization in the mesh a bit.
yeah, that
Um,
yeah, that's tough.
that jog, I feel like you could get away with it with that jog.
Yeah, let me start this.
There.
There's only one. Oh wow. There's only one walk cycle. So normally these walk cycles have 2 uh steps of each foot. So the run animation will have 2 left steps, 2 right steps, but the jog only has a single one. And that probably is why the jog animation feels incredibly repetitive. because it's literally just whoop, right step, left step, repeat.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you had put your all into the 3 launch cycles and then the sprint.
They're so difficult.
The jog was just like
I'm so bad at making animations of people. I'm so bad. It's
I think the sprint is for sure goofy, but I think it does its job, and I really do like the walk cycles.
um
I feel like I'm curious how much of this really is a problem because well we'd have to get a roadmap in order because if this turns out to not be an issue, like if we prioritize IQM support
mm,
alongside this, you know what I mean? Like it's not an issue, and we kind of be wasting our time looking for duplicates
yeah.
in this case.
Um yeah, IQM support. Jeez. Uh we wouldn't
I've been. Go ahead. Sorry.
we'd really need to do like a feasibility study. Just poke around with IQM. Don't do a whole lot, but just see what it can do out of the box. Um I thought, hey,
Yeah,
Casey's back.
I want a awesome. I want a good implementation guide because the only reference I had really was FTE, and that's a dragon. So that wasn't too helpful. But
If
I go ahead again.
I interrupted
Sorry.
you, my bad. I if we had a good understanding of the feature set that IQM provides in FTE, at least the feature sets that we're interested in using, um, if we had a well-defined set of features that IQM enables us to use and a well-understood file format, it really wouldn't be that much work to write a custom file format. I've never used IQM. I've seen exporters around. I've seen file support, and I really have no idea what it looks like when you're actually invoking animations from within QuakeC. That's like the giant question mark that I have in my head about IQM. Um, but if we did have an understanding of it, I could start to fill in some of the blanks because at this point I've implemented skeletal animation formats twice. Wait, yeah, twice in my life now. So I have a decent understanding of how they work.
Right. I get what you mean. Um, yeah, and I almost wonder if settling for something like MD5, if that would put us in a better spot. Because we do need to properly dig into that. I agree. But I do think we should keep in mind the other skeletal meshes that have been around in the quick days.
Does FTE have MD5 support?
It sure does.
Okay. I would really want to shy away from anything that requires modifying FTE. Ideally, whatever we
Yeah, yeah.
do, just require a custom implementation for Dquake and make it as compatible as possible with how we're using it in FTE. Because that's
Yeah.
all I have the appetite.
No, we're on the same boat for that.
Okay, that's personally all I have the appetite for. I cannot be doing custom implementations for different engines. That's just painful.
Okay. I don't know how to advance topic.
I
So
think, I mean, really, they're different efforts. Doing an IQM feasibility study is a matter of just downloading a pre-existing IQM model because I don't want to, unless there's a really good guide that shows me how to set up a model for IQM export, that's going to be a giant unknown to figure out as well. So ideally, just download one that already exists, that's already set up correctly, get it loaded up in FTE, figure out how it works.
I mean, I know there's a Blender expert.
Sorry, your net's cutting out.
I'm just talking quietly. Oh shit, no, it is mine.
Yeah.
I think we're
Oh, that's bad. Uh, you there?
It's always something.
I
Can you hear me?
It sounds like it's stabilizing a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I switched what access point I was connected to. But I know there's a just a plain Blender export plugin that Casey and I had experimented with in the past. I know you have because you used to have an exported zombie mesh in the format. Um,
Uh, I mean, using an exporter is one thing though, but all of these exporters I've learned, they require very specific setups. You know, very specific parenting relationships between the mesh and the skeleton. Very specific requirements on the skeleton, whether that be number of bones, bone names, exactly how an animation is exported in skeletal. Uh, because you could have an animation stored as a distinct action in Blender, or you could have it stored as have all of the animations in one individual action. There's a lot of different ways that you could set up for skeletal format. Um, that's why I wouldn't even want to deal with that.
as you can, a quick MDL.
Sorry, you kind of cut off again and came back a little in the middle of it.
It died. I got it though.
Okay.
I heard you. Um, I, under, I understand. I
That's why
rechecked.
I vote we start with an existing MD5 model that is already set up, known to be working well. Figure out how to interact with it, how to make it play certain animations, and then reverse engineer it to figure out how do we make the player models in Blender match. But I'd love to tackle a skeletal format because the implications of that are massive, particularly for the whole weapon system, for
Yeah.
custom hand models, hand skins. Um,
For memory alone is what excites me because the the amount of memory consumed by storing the position for every vertex, every frame is disgusting.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, and pack a punch skins too. Be another great use of that. Um, um, damn it. Okay, okay, I gotta think about this. Um, what would be a good way to proceed with this information? I really want to stick to traversals for now, but I'm wondering what about
Yeah.
traversals is even worth fleshing out in light of this other thing. Uh, it's certainly not worth fine tuning individual traversals to look good. I had the luxury with the zombie climb animation where um, I had one animation and one traversal, and so I could tune that animation to perfectly map to the traversal. Um, if we start getting into this regime of reusing animation frames for other traversals, we lose that really quickly, and so it's going to get difficult to finely tune traversals to match animations, or the other way around, actually, to finely tune animations to match traversals. Um, oh man, let me stare at this. Hmm. I don't. Where was it? This. I think what I should try instead of this is concatenating these two frames together. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, crap. So that's jump low, climb low. Like I need to see what this animation sequence looks like. And make adjustments to this. So I think this is my best shot at making a decent one. Yeah. I have maybe very little experience with MD5. If I ever did export an MD5 model, it was surely just a test, just to see what would happen. I know very little about that. Didn't compile. I know very little about what the requirements are for Blender. Zombie Rise 161.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this will break it to compile. Recompile.
Only id got their shit together with MD3.
What's the story behind that?
Nothing. It's just another skeletal format or another vertex format, which we already have support for.
Oh, you know what? I know what to do. I know what to do. Okay. I know what to do. Let's get my cube 8 back, I think. Yeah, okay. So I'm starting it. I'm starting the... Oh, boy. 171 is the frame at which we're executing the climb animation. Okay, so frame 171. 171. Okay. So basically, relative to... Oh, man. Jeez. Okay. How's this gonna work? Let's add a cube. Okay. Okay. Let's set its keyframe there and one frame 171. Okay. So the delta between those two positions is 7. X equals 7. Z equals 21. X equals 7. Z equals 21. X equals 7. 21. Those are actually negative. So, okay. Let's get rid of that. Okay. There's a position that I move the zombie to, where I play the climb up animation, and that position is synchronized to the full climb up animation. But if I'm only playing a truncated version of the climb up animation, then I need to put it at a different location. Zombie end origin lerp vector. Okay. Isn't it super memory intensive for exporting MD5?
MD5 is skeletal, so no. It's IQM is. I can't remember if it's an extension of MD5 or if it was inspired in format by NT5. But the only reason I brought it up, because it was a subject, was in the event that IQM is painful enough to where we would want to investigate other skeleton matches.
I like contingencies.
So and there you go. For the sake of I don't know, I forgot. Little not the most focused. I was eating dinner and then I noticed you were streaming and I'm like, well, gotta pop in.
Casey means MD3, but
MD3. Oh, MD3's awful. It's float precision. For yeah, but it has support for tags, so you do get away with um, a little bit of coolness, if you will. Like you could kind of offset that a little bit if you, for example, stitch together like zombie torsos from the bottom and the top half.
So you'd have
Less frames overall to create more animations.
sounds like it was made for player animations where the player can be shooting, changing guns, whatever, but the legs are playing walk, or you could have disjoint animation sets for different things, or you could maybe even programmatically control the angle of the torso while the legs just play the walk animation.
That is exactly what it was used for. It got bored of just having a single mesh that has its angles represent the view angles. So he's like, if you look up the players floating.
That's the good stuff right there.
Yeah, that's quality. Really a regression. Yeah.
Okay. So what I need to change is that. Oh crap. So if the traversal height is less than 98, we're going to change the goal position, which is that weird middle point between the climb animation and the jump animation. We're going to pull back by. Wait, 28. Yeah, we're going to pull back by 7 quake units from the goal position, and we're going to pull up by 21. So that's 77. Okay. Oop. We'll need it down here because goal position is whoa. Goal position is used as start puz down here. Let's get rid of that. Let's see if that works. I forgot to undo all that stuff. Let's get rid of that. Move it down. Come back. Recompile. Run. So, that's what? Oh. Whoops, a daisy. Zombie Rise. No. Zombie Rise. That's the Zombie Rise. So let me pick your brain. If we were to actually go, let's say I get this whole nav mesh thing with a bit of a soft AI revamp, maybe not the full AI revamp that IQM would get us. But if I were to get it to a good state, what would the rollout look like across all of the platforms? Right? Like
Um, I
That wasn't too bad.
oh,
Yeah,
that wasn't
I
too bad.
think this gets down into the positioning of the nav mesh itself. So, or the traversal itself. But sorry, go ahead. I will edit this in the background.
Deployment becomes complicated um, because I really hate
Mhm.
disparity. So I'd like to withhold uh, upstream and merge until it's available and implemented on all supported platforms. And then the question becomes what to do with the old stuff. Because at least for the time being, if you really are seeking out a soft revamp, we have to think about what to do with waypoints in all of the maps that support that waypoint system. Um,
For,
because the way I would have hoped, like 3 or 4 years now, I think, is that it wouldn't be an issue because we could have just automatically generated usable nav meshes at
mm,
the time and let that stuff be completely depreciated, deprecated, one of the two. I can never remember. But we'd have to, we would have to support both methods, at least for a while, if you want that soft rollout. I don't think that answers your question.
I think it gets to the heart of it. Casey volunteers of tanking the nav meshing. I can tank the nav meshing. You can. I imagine he means that he can tackle the nav meshing. Um,
I don't like that because how are you going to distribute that in a way that doesn't piss people off? Imagine coming in, right? And you're browsing our forum in quotes and you're downloading a bunch of maps and then just to realize none of it works and you have to either bug someone online about it or stumble upon some sort of archive of debris pathfind or nav meshed maps. Like, as someone coming in, that would piss me off. And I've tried for quite a while to improve the user experience.
it's yeah
So
no.
I'd be against that.
So I think we'd have to assess our options, right? Like me as a mapper, and I think we've observed this a couple of times with people that I've introduced nav meshes to. But whenever I've showed a nav mesh to a mapper, they're generally very receptive of nav meshes. Like they're excited to see their map in a whole new light with with improved AI. Wouldn't waypoint still be
Of
there?
course,
Um,
that's what we're discussing.
I personally lean towards gutting waypoints. Like no point in having backwards compatibility of that type, especially since it really isn't that much of a lift to go back and nav mesh an older map. Um, Nothing. You don't need to modify the map file in any way. It's literally just load up the map file and spend the next half hour on a map or less, whatever it is, depending on map complexity. Um, but I do appreciate that. Like, I appreciate your concern. It's a real one, and yeah, we'd be. It would be a hell
It's
of a lot easier to
uh,
handle if the maps were all uploaded to a centralized repository, because then we could just have that list of every map that needs updating.
here's the thing. Um, One, they are now. You're welcome.
Awesome.
Two, 2 would be, again, I still don't like that. And then another thing I pushed for, because I haven't worked on this a long time, but I want backwards compatibility with beta maps and even alpha maps. Like I've researched the differences between the QuakeC entities and how a little bit about how that nasty waypointing worked back then. And it would be a shame to have to take away from that concept. So, a question I have for you is if we can't have auto-generated nav mesh, what could we do with existing waypoint data to generate a nav mesh?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, there's nothing. The reason I stopped working on nav mesh generation was because it was 100% a case of scope creep. I was working on the wrong thing, the wrong priority. Because the first priority, of course, is just getting them usable, getting them into the platforms before I can tackle nav mesh generation. But theoretically, nothing's stopping. Well, theoretically, nothing's stopping me from going back and finishing nav mesh generation. One limitation of that is as it currently existed, or as of the last time I worked on it, nav mesh generation was client-side FTE. So it's not like something that could just run quietly in the background on every platform while it was running. Not that it couldn't be that, but that's a bigger lift.
I'd like there to be some kind of streamlining like that, though, which is why I'm curious. I understand the scope of that system, and I glanced at it and had a migraine. Which is why I proposed the idea of how could we repurpose the waypoint data to generate an outmatch might be the solution. Is we don't necessarily need something fantastic, but I think we could generate something given factors like waypoint target paths and calculating the width of space between a set of waypoints to determine points on the nav mesh. That might be a much softer, easier, in quotes, approach.
You won't get a nice nav mesh out of that, but you could get something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like if you take the nav, if you take the waypoint graph, and make some assumptions about the waypoint graph. For example, if two waypoints are connected, then some region of space is walkable between the waypoints. So you start off with like a 2 Quake unit straight polygon that connects from one waypoint to the next, and then you try widening up that path as far as you can go. You're gonna get something. Oh man.
See, and then consider this. That's not required. You don't have to keep thickening out the space. If you make just a series of fine lines, you're just left with essentially something that's behaving the same as the old system in terms of accessibility of the AI, not how they navigate.
Yeah, you essentially could. There's a big assumption in nav meshes that is being made at the moment that we could raise into question and change if it comes down to it. That there is nowhere you could be on the map that you're not within a polygon. That would have to be changed, but it could. It becomes a point of instead of finding the polygon that corresponds to where I'm standing, it becomes a matter of find the nearest polygon to me and walk to that. But like also be done on PC for all the waypoint maps. Um, so your hesitation is in rolling out the nav mesh system and having all of our piles of old maps be incompatible with the new system, right? Okay. So
Yes.
if another option, what if what if someone did just go back and add nav meshes to all those old maps? Does your hesitation still stand? Okay.
Yes. Because of the problem of end
Oh,
user
so
experience that I described.
you actually want the original gameplay experience to be playable, even though
Not necessarily the experience. I I don't want someone. Let me describe a scenario. I think that'll clear things up. Say you were a mapper in 2016 and you had some content on your hard drive. You had a map that you completely finished, but you never released. You discover it. You're like, oh hey, cool. I forgot about this. I want to try it out. So you download the latest version of the game. The expectation should be that that content is still playable. That even though that we have made revamps, we have some support, some sense of backwards compatibility to where that person can still play that content.
hmm,
That is why something like I'm saying on demand in quotes, but for the the client or the engine to have support to build some type of match from existing waypoint data is feels like an absolute to me. Because the last thing I would want is to create another what's the word I'm looking for? Another fork in the road, if you will. Because you had all of this content from beta. There were hundreds of maps that can't be played anymore. And while the scope of maps made between post beta and before this revamp is a lot smaller, there is still a lot of content there that I would want to be compatible to avoid creating this problem again.
okay. Okay. Um okay. I think there's a middle ground. Casey brings up a good point. So what's wrong with the game just detecting it's an old map and running the original waypoint system? Um uh I think the way the game would do it is, if a nav mesh file isn't available and it happens to find a waypoint file in one of the old legacy formats, um because of the very careful splitting I'm going to have to do with the nav meshes, where on FTE they're implemented in Quake C, but on Dquake they're implemented on the engine side. There naturally has to be a set of functions that I define that the Quake C can freely call across any platform, and then those function implementations differ between FTE and Dquake. Uh, I'm envisioning that there might be a way to structure those such that they could also work with waypoint meshes, waypoint graphs. Um, because if you take a step back from nav meshes, the only way that the zombie interacts with the nav mesh, and we can actually just take a look at that code. It's called do walk to goal. That's a legacy name, but carried over. Here's how it interacts at the moment. So first, we get the index of the polygon we're in. We get the index of the polygon containing where we're trying to walk to, and we call start nav mesh or start pathfind. That's it. What this does is it populates a list of path points to walk to. If we refactored this a little bit and instead made pathfind start take the start position and the goal position, again, it's just going to return a list of path coordinates to walk to. There's nothing stopping the system that generates the list of path points to be the whole waypoint based system instead. That might be a way to satisfy.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like the easiest route to take. My main concern with that was code bloat, but the more I think about the time it would take to somehow transcribe the waypoint graph, I definitely would settle for that.
I think nav mesh generation is very difficult. Having tried it several times, and the last attempt wasn't so bad, but holy crap, was it slow! Like for large maps, I would, quantize the map down to, I don't know, like 8 Quake unit by 8 Quake unit pixels, I guess. And you could think of like a mask. If you imagine a map from overhead, you could think of it as a mask of either it's a picture of the map where everything that's walkable is a white pixel and everything that's not walkable is a black pixel. And so from that mask, start to fill in a mesh to fill the space of the map. The system almost worked, but I don't know about.
I remember
it needed some cleanup at the end, and I was stuck because I had originally mapped out the logic in Python, and then I had to translate that logic to Quake C, and lo and behold, I had used some logic in Python that is more difficult to express in Quake C, so it just became a mess. But in the best case scenario, I genuinely don't see nav mesh generation happening on every platform at load time as you envisioned. Yeah. So I don't really think that would fit your use case or your sort of idealized thing. And
well, I think it's important to distinguish the concepts of flat out automatically generating and the concept of transcribing the waypoint data. Because that sounds a lot more feasible.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's some unknowns that I haven't thought about in that situation. For example, in the old waypoint system, I think waypoints could have up to 8 neighbors. Nav meshes can't do that because nav meshes are only triangles or quads, so they can only have 3 or 4 neighbors. So I'm not too sure how you'd handle that situation, but you could come up with something like instead of creating instead of turning every waypoint into a quad, you turn it into an octagon or something, right? But then triangulate that octagon so it's only composed, so it's only made up of triangles or quads. All right, see you, Casey. But yeah, there's ways around it. I don't have a totally clear idea of what that implementation would look like.
Yeah, definitely understandable. But I'm glad you asked because I would definitely be totally against making all those maps obsolete.
Yeah. No, I can respect that. Absolutely.
Something. There's some famous quote about backwards compatibility, like hindering advancements in software. But
people
sucks to suck.
People give Apple a lot of grief about their blatant disregard for backwards compatibility. You know what? If it avoids If it avoids a
have
situation like Windows, holy hell, by all means.
um, definitely know what you mean. And then like Windows, like Microsoft's so inconsistent with how backwards compatibility works because there are some bugs left over from the Windows SDK from like '98 that they'll fix for 10 and 11 now, I guess. That'll break support for older software, but then they'll like leave bugs outstanding for decades. Like the clocks per sec macro from time.h has been listed as known to be broken for 20 years, but they said they won't fix it.
What? That's awesome. Yeah, totally consistent with my interpretation or my opinion of Windows handling. I've seen there's software, I guess, that runs in older modes that introduces bugs because something about that software relied on the bug. Like in
Yeah,
compatibility modes, it's bad. It's bad. Um, yeah, I like virtualization. Virtualization seems like the right solution to that. Like you don't need what first tier support of software, but if you can virtualize it, then there's no problem. I really dislike the trend that we're seeing nowadays where um, games as a service, none of the games that are running live right now are going to be playable in 20 years at all in any
yeah.
form or way because they're all completely online experiences. That's
Mhm.
a serious problem that I don't know how businesses will ever be incentivized to actually give a shit about archiving, but clearly they are not right now.
You know, preservation of all software generally nowadays is a problem because I don't know how the latest if Windows 11 allows you to offline install. So even when it comes to things like that, it's I'm unsure of the state they'll be left in the future.
Yeah. And
So,
one could imagine the game will stay live so long as money keeps flowing in, but we've seen examples where not even that's enough to keep a game alive. It just really depends on.
isn't Warzone closing next month?
I heard about that. I haven't been up to date with the latest in
I,
Warzone, but yeah, I thought it was being discontinued completely.
yeah, because it's profiting more than the sequel, which has now been
Oh,
renamed to Warzone. Yeah, it's no longer two; it's just Warzone. Um, so Activision, for whatever reason, I guess they're gonna they want people to buy the enhanced season pass, or the battle pass. They want people to buy the more expensive one instead of buying the tens of thousands of dollars in cosmetics from the last three games.
jeez.
Which okay, whatever.
I'm so sick and tired of seasonal content that gets locked for forever. It's
Yeah, it's for as awful as Black Ops 4's monetization scheme was when they the fact it went into reserves and then now reserves are so easy to earn. It feels like a decent middle ground.
yeah. I uh the one that the one that really upset me was Black Ops 3 monetization. That was very triggering.
No, yeah, that was
Baldur's Gate 3.
four was when four was new. That was even worse. I remember the $4 reticles. Um, like outright 400 COD points for a reticle that you couldn't get in reserves. kind of gross.
Yeah. No, Casey, I haven't actually played any video games in a while. How did the stream go, by the way, Casey? Is that what you played on the stream? Some Baldur's Gate?
I heard you could have sex with a bear in that game. I sent the
It's
clip today.
that game. I've seen news articles about that, but jeez. Let me go buy it real quick.
Appeals to you. It's right up your alley.
Only if there's intense vertex swimming involved. Then it's right up my alley. Ah, such is life. Yeah. Yeah. Diablo. It's cool. Yeah, no, I haven't playing any video games. I feel really guilty whenever I play video games. Like I have better things to do with my time, which I feel I do. I'm not always very good about being productive or making good use of my time, but I'm real good about feeling bad about not making good use of my time. I got that I got that locked down pretty well.
I relate to that one.
uh
It's you know, I'll be exhausted and I'll be watching something online, and the thoughts that come to mind is, why am I doing this when I could be working on something? And then I end up, I don't commit to watching because I end up working on that thing. So, bad habits. We're all entitled to just some amount of rest and laziness.
yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. Feels bad. Just personal I don't know, what is it? Guilt? Self-prescribed guilt out of not doing what you feel you should be doing. But
I think so.
I am completely derailed right now. Let me spend 30 seconds getting back into this. I've been like selecting the same line of code for the last 5 minutes, just staring at it without remembering what I was trying to do. Right. So the last thing I did was a short version of the climb traversal where the animation looked pretty decent, but the only thing that was off was the traversal geometry itself needed to be adjusted. And the idea that I had was, if I standardize what a climbing traversal shape should look like, and I wrote it down somewhere. Where did I write it? It was somewhere in the traversal section. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Where? Something. No. I've completely lost it. Oh, did I write it in my notes? Yeah, there it is. 5145. Okay. So a traversal should move forward by 50 quake units and up by whatever the geometry calls for. Okay. So 50. Got it. Okay. So given that a traversal, making plans to better myself, play video games and say, who cares?
I don't know if I agree with that one.
Yeah, no, I think I have to be careful with my words here, because I feel like sometimes there's a disconnect between somebody's personal priorities and their actions, and I guess like somebody's personal values and their actions. And I'm not trying to come off as like being a perfect person or being someone who's really good at making good use of time, but no, I generally just, unless it's something that I've been wanting to do for, I don't know, maybe a week or so. Like watching a movie that has been on my to watch list for months. I don't feel bad about that because that was premeditated, you know? Like um it's been on my list. It felt like something to knock off the list. But if I were to go turn on the TV without already knowing what I'm going to watch and spend some time watching something, I yeah, definitely would feel bad about having done that. But so I have the type of personality where when I start doing something, I like to do it for hours. Um, if the last couple of live streams haven't been good examples of that, like do 17 hours, 12-hour live stream. So whenever I sit down to play video games, you know, it's like 4 or 5 hours. That's when the guilt really kicks in. When it's nighttime and you're like, I got to get some dinner,
Being
and it's like, what?
it being 6 a.m. and you're doing the buried Easter egg.
We never went back and did that, did we?
No.
Oh man. Yeah, no, this was definitely I maybe it was burned in me by Easter eggs, to be honest, because Easter eggs just kind of naturally become 4-hour games. The arrow looks so good.
I yeah, I was really amazed how long it took to do Forsaken, because that was a 3 to 4 hour egg the first time around. When the rest of Cold War wasn't really like that.
Um
But I guess part of that was like getting to the end and having it bug out.
yeah, I always think like it doesn't matter how easy an Easter egg is if you don't know how to there's like an optimal order in which to do things, and if you don't have that figured out, which I never do the first time I have an Easter I do it I the first time I try an Easter egg, I never have that figured out. So first gameplay attempts at Easter eggs are always 4 hours for me. I think maybe if they've topped out at like 5, but they're usually around 4 hours. And then following attempts at Easter eggs are usually much faster now that you know exactly what you're looking for. Uh, but yeah, it's I'm not genuinely interested in doing Easter eggs that I've already done in the past. Like to me, Easter eggs are one and done. I wanted it as a little trophy on my shelf, and now I have the trophy. I get zero satisfaction out of doing an Easter egg again, unless I'm helping somebody else do the Easter egg, or there's something I'm missing, you know. But those people that
I don't know. I feel like.
uh,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that the people that like playing Easter eggs casually, they're built different because I don't I, I don't have that.
I think it depends on how quest driven that map is to begin with. Because in a map like Mob of the Dead, where the the gameplay is tied so closely to the
Mm-hmm.
quest, because the first half of the quest, probably a little more than half, is just getting pack-a-punch. Um, it feels so natural that you might as well. Like that's how you should end the game, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
yeah.
And then people really like Origins. I can't come on Origins because I've never done the egg.
I didn't do that Easter egg until quite recently, actually. Maybe not that recently. Uh, Sometime last year for sure.
I've been I've been deterred looking at how long it takes to do on solo.
Oh no, solo, it's
I've
something else. Solo, just because of that stupid seal step, makes it a nightmare. I don't, I don't know how I feel about that. The whole, this goes back into the philosophy of zombie level design, but I don't know how I feel about making the core gameplay of the map tie into the stuff that caters to the hardcore fan base. The whole
I'm completely against it personally.
It's the Blundell strategy,
Um,
right? Like it's the way he makes maps work.
yeah, and that's not how I play. And whenever I play, uh, Black Ops 3 is the best example, obviously. But when I play one of those maps, I I get frustrated with myself because I don't know how to build all the special weapons. I don't memorize the annoying pack a punch quests. Um, I don't know how to interact with convoluted fast travels.
Hmm.
And the fact that I would have to look up a guide on the internet to get the most basic experience possible playing this map is so revolting to me. Like, why would I ever want to do that?
Yeah, that's become a staple of just having normal old run throughs of zombies. Have a strategy guide pulled up and figure out what the hell to do. Like if I pulled up Shadows of Evil, I I would have to remember things about all of the shortcuts that you could take with the beast mode, like the way you could. Man, I think it was like 3 things you could do on the first use of beast mode. I don't remember what those are, but
Yeah, you can get the first ritual completely set up. You can do that with all of them, really. Aside from um, the fuck, what's the name of the district to the left?
mm,
That district is the only one that you can't get the ritual set up for in one go.
is it Footlight District?
No,
Canals?
Footlight's the middle, I think. There's Footlight, there's a canal.
Okay.
Canal's the left. Um, because um, because you can't activate the perk and set up the ritual at the same time. But everything else you can.
Yeah, I remember I got decent. Like what you're describing sounds even better than what I would do, but I don't totally remember exactly what the strategy I would use.
Yeah, I learned that like near launch. I looked up a guide, and that's what the guide did. And I'm when I play Shadows with people, the fact that they don't like people who play the game for many hours don't know these routes, and it baffles me because it's been around for so long. But that's what I mean. Like, you shouldn't have to look up a guide to know how to play the game well. Oh,
That's
that
not bad.
I
I
like
think I
that.
need to speed up the beginning animation. I think. How do I do that? Jump, jump.
Right. I'm gonna
All
get
right,
some water real quick. I'll be back.
sure. Casey, I need to give you the tour of the traversal stuff I've got going on right now. It's pretty cool. Zombie jump. What's the point of this? This is the same line as the one above it. Let's get rid of that. Cur anim frame time. Okay, let's zombie ent.cur anim frame time equals 0.05. Let's play the animation a little bit faster and do it for both. Oop, run. So I'm kind of going through right now, and doing some adjustments to what I can about the traversal. So I have this whole traversal system hooked up now, and it's being used by the NavMesh pathfinding, which is awesome. Um, so now I'm going through and defining different types of traversals. So I've got, oh, I can't turn on the nav editor, otherwise I can't jump, but I'll show you in a second. Oh no, oh, right. That's real bad. Let's check this again. It's kind of weird. Something's off about it. Something's off about it. Something is really off about it. It's too slow, I think. I think it's just too slow.
Really?
The big
That looked alright to me.
something's weird.
Oh, maybe the jump, the first half, the jump is what strikes me as odd. I like the actual mantle.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think that's it. I think that's it. But why is that different? It's weird. It's real weird. I can't. It's moving too fast. I can't.
I don't like that. I don't like the hugging it's doing, where like hugs the wall, like it's getting sucked in.
Yeah. So why is it doing that? Can I? What can I do here? I need to. Why is it moving forward like that? Okay, so I need to. Let me think about this. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's like moving forward and then moving up. But that's
Yeah,
okay, that's what it looks like it's doing. But if I show the bounding boxes, that's not what it's actually doing. It should just be moving up. Oh no, it is moving. What the hell? Hold on. Oh, I know why. Because that's just how it be, baby. That's just show business. Shit. I can't, I can't jump that high. There's got to be a better way. Somebody should add a staircase to this, to their test map. Okay. All right, let me think about this. Okay, let me get rid of this. This was not the problem. This was not the problem. The problem is... Okay. For the case of a low traversal, can you make it jump closer to the wall? Yeah, it can. Okay, here's let me show you the limitations I'm working with right now, Casey. So right now, I have actually I'm not gonna wait for that zombie to walk all the way. I'm just gonna make another one. I have the zombie traversal carefully done for that, and that looks crisp. That I'm really happy how that one looks. I have it carefully tweaked so that it does tall traversals correctly. Oh, he made it. He made it to the party. Like that looks. That to me looks fantastic. But now having that as the foundation, I'm trying to make the low jump look acceptable. And now we have one mega zombie. How does the jump speed look? It's a little fast, eh? Or is it good?
um, that's good.
Because if it's too slow, it looks weird,
You
right?
gotta think they're, yeah, and then it being fast is, well, that looked like it jumped. Maybe a frame cut out there.
Oh yeah, that one looked smoother. It's a little bit at the mercy of how the frames fall.
Yeah. Um, no, that looks about what I'd expect from a COD zombie. jumping a great height.
Okay. All right. So, all right, let me go through this logic. And it might just be a mess because at this point now I've mangled the logic. So it might just be best that I split this up into different sections so I can really fine tune the timing of each piece.
Well, that's not the problem with that is it's going to look great for the heights on the
Right.
test map, but any other case where it's not those specific units, you're going to get basically the same issue. I feel like
I've made too many zombies and I don't have any way to get rid of them. Help.
just
What do you mean?
kill
Just
it.
restart the
Come
map.
on. I what would be the feasibility to, based on the height, um, automate in some remotely fluid sense the process of timings.
Yeah, so totally feasible. I thought about that, and I may have left a comment about this somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, here. So figure out how fast to move the zombie. This substate is actually the substate that. Oh, I got them backwards. That's why it was so weird. So I said point. Okay, I said that the zombie should move up across the traversal to the ledge in 0.3 seconds if it's a tall one, or 0.1 seconds if it's a short one. I had them backwards. So what I just did there is going to make the tall one slower, but it should make the bottom one faster. But yeah, so what I had thought about was if I'm figuring out how fast I want to move the zombie, I could do it based on the actual height and say that, okay, when the zombie is jumping upwards, the zombie can only move at maybe a max velocity of I don't know, 100 quake units per second. Then I could just do the math and say, okay, well, this traversal is 1,000 meters. Divide that by the velocity, and you get the time. Distance over time. Yeah, and you get the time, and then that's it. Once you know the time that you want the zombie to take moving up, you could just program right into. All right, see, Casey. That's good enough. Casey, you underestimate how anal I can be.
He knows better. He's been in my stream, um, where he's seen the same problem.
That's too fast. That looks better, but too fast. Oh God, come on.
I don't know. I still, that hugging still bothers me.
Let me. So maybe I can get it paused at the right time, and we could chat about different key points. Okay, right there. The position.
Yeah, that it
So the
go ahead,
position
sorry.
of the zombie that's latched onto the ledge right there is that position is defined relative to the traversal endpoint. So the zombie, and that position comes from what the animation calls for. Different animations are going to have the hands in different places and whatever. Maybe a better way to do it would be to have the zombie. So how is it right now? So if I jump back to right here, so here's the jump animation. I don't have the zombie move until I think this frame here, because that's kind of like when the jump actually starts.
Right.
But maybe I think we just need to play with the numbers.
So, okay.
Let's try something extreme like 2 seconds, just so we can see it slowly move to the point. Keep making the mistake of spawning a zombie up there and having to wait for it to walk. I like it. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it's moving down. It's moving down and forward because that's the position that the animation calls for to start the ledge grabbing animation. Hmm. That's awesome. It almost. Okay, at 0.3 seconds, it looked bad. At 0.1 second, it was just instantaneous and didn't look interesting at all. Let's try 0.2 seconds. You would not believe how geeked I am about this whole traversal thing right now, though, because this was something I tried doing a long time ago, and it was such a mess. It was too quick. Too quick. Oh, that was smoother, but
I don't know if I like that wind up he has to do
yeah.
for such a short hop.
Oh, that's a good point. Because okay, well, first question: is the wind up good for tall ledges? Let's find out. I should just set it to 100. Whee! Oof, the moon gravity. Come on. All right, let's go. Oh, 0.3 seconds is way too long for that.
Regardless, I do think the wind works when you have
Okay.
a high jump, and I almost wonder
Yeah.
if the wind should be relative. If like while you calculate the speed of the animation overall, the wind up should be like a separate speed. So on a tall ledge like that, you want sort of a slower wind followed by a fast jump.
I was thinking of
Like what he does with his arms there.
truncating the wind up for low ledges and just starting it at one of these 2 frames. Maybe 164.
And that, yeah, I could also see that working. I don't think the wind up works um, as it does now with low ledges.
For sure. No, I agree with that. Absolutely. There's no need for that much anticipation of the movement because the movement's not that exaggerated. All right. Ooh. We'll see. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. The teleporting's a little weird. Mm. You know what? I think I know what the fix is. So that was a fantastic idea. That really worked and helped. But I think let me think about this. So this is if short jump up, play short jump slash short jump climb. Yep. Then here we're waiting for it to finish. But two zombie jumping. Right. Okay. Okay. So right now I have a delay. When the zombie starts playing the wind up animation, I have him stay put for a little bit of time. And then at the last 2 frames of the wind up animation is when the zombie actually starts moving up. For the case of the short ledge, I'm going to get rid of that delay.
Okay.
And we should see the zombie move immediately at the start of the wind up towards the ledge. And I think this is going to clean it up for the low ledge case. This isn't even going to fix it for like low ledges lower than this. It's going to look kind of weird, but maybe that's okay because this is already pretty extreme case.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that should be a different traversal entirely. I like that.
That's looking. It's a little jumpy. It teleports a little bit. It could be smoother, I think.
Yeah, if there's you need, it almost looks like it's not lerping at all. You might need one frame there to kind of put it all together.
Why is it? It's still delayed. Oh, well, okay. I think it's delayed right now by a single frame because the first invocation hits this if block and then this function returns, and it's not until the next invocation that it hits this. Wait a second. Hold on. I gotta think about this. Yeah. Yeah, it's not until the second invocation that this gets hit. I need to show B boxes. Because it should be staying put for like a frame or two. But then it goes real quick. This might just warrant splitting this up into 2 different things. I think it would clean it up. And it's going to make a lot more sense once I add in the drop down traversal. So I'm going to do it, I think. Let's just do it. It'll help me make sense of it. It's getting more and more difficult to like stare at this as a cohesive whole when there's if statements everywhere that branch between the 2 different types. So I'm just going to factor this out a little bit. Okay, so this first one, short ledge. Boop. Tall ledge. And this top one. Okay, now I can get rid of this crap that's just making the code difficult to grok. So this is the tall ledge condition. This is the tall ledge animation. This is the tall ledge condition. Yeah, there was just way too much branching going on. This is the tall ledge one. I'm gonna take this out and put it up here. Okay. Yep, and get rid of this. Oop, oop. I'll leave that because that's important for this one. Oh shit, I forgot a... Whoa, what's going on? Huh? Oh, I'm missing a brace somewhere. Let's clean this up, and then I'll fix the brace. Get rid of this garbage. This stuff's only really important for the tall one, so not important. Whoa. Oh, I see what's happening. I got rid of it there. Yeah, here we go. Should we determine how fast the zombie moves based on traversal distance? Otherwise, zombie will always jump up in 0.5 seconds, regardless of ledge height. So at some point I added at 0.5. So I want that. I don't want this. Get rid of that. I want that. I don't want this. All right. I want that. I don't want this. There we go. Okay, a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier to understand. And now we can really change up the logic of the short ledge jump. Get anim length, zombie jump low. Okay. So what are we thinking? We're thinking that I'm really trying to avoid... I want to create a consistent distance between the start of a traversal and the end of a traversal and have them be the same between low and tall ledges. Um, so I do think one of the problems is that the animation starts too far back and it kind of sticks there for a second or two. So here's what I'll do. Let's just skip that substate altogether and just go to substate 2. So at substate 2, wait, hold on. Oh, we need this though. So we need to set the start time of the traversal as the current time, and the traversal time. So how much time are we going to give the zombie to move from the traversal start point to the point at which it's latched on to the ledge? Something around 0.2 seconds is the right amount of time. Something around there. So now it's only going to freeze for 1 frame. I was watching the bounding box too closely to really get a holistic sense of how that looked. Looks kind of weird still. It's because he's freezing for a frame. Okay, I think the fix for that is just to get rid of this else if so that this logic is always executed. But that's still going to freeze it for a frame because time is going to be the same value here. So the lerp frac is going to be 0. One, 1, 5. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh. That.
Nay.
Okay. You stared at it a couple times, but that's not seeming so bad. The arms clip through a little bit. Uh, What's the fix there? Just stare at this. Because this animation does something, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it just... Does that look holistically good? Doesn't look... It looks like two discontinuous motions. It looks like two disjoint motions. God damn it. Gravity 100. Nope. What? Gravity 100. What? Oh,
SV.
yeah. Not enough. What's a good number? 400? Might be too fast. Maybe I could slow it down a smidge. Just give it some time to get there. Because that teleport, it does look like it's teleporting. Casey, you think it looks great? It looks better. We're getting close. I think we're getting close for sure. For sure. It's lacking a little bit behind in quality from how good the tall ledge one looks like. Because again, the tall ledge one has its own animation. Here we're trying to reuse an animation that's not exactly for this purpose. That looks... I'm not happy about the arms clipping through, but the motion looks right. Like the momentum looks okay. If you get my drift. Like the speed at the bottom matches the speed at the top-ish. But the arms clipping through the ground is not great. But I'm not sure there's a way to fix that. Unless... Now here's an idea. Here's an idea. How the hell am I going to do this? So right now I'm moving the zombie in a diagonal line to the end point. Oh no, that's not going to work because that's... The bounding box is moving down. I think. Let me check. Yeah, look at that. The bounding box is below. Oh. So what if... Oh no, it's the interpolation that's... Wait, what? I think we're seeing some of this frame, which is causing that. So we could just stop early? Yeah. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing... Huh. Yeah, okay. This is the frame that's causing problems. So we could just get rid of it. We'd stop the jump animation early. Now we're down to 2 frames for this animation. Awesome. But this should look better. The arms will clip a little bit less. They won't be clipping free. They will clip less. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know about that. All right. Well, I have half the mind to move on and just come back to this on my own time because this back and forth adjusting is not very interesting. I think it looked better before. Yeah, the solution might be to come up with an interim position. Yeah, okay. All right, I will just add that to my to-do list. Fix low climb wall, because I want to move on to something more interesting.
What you got in
What I
mind?
have in mind is for handling the drop-down case. Because I think that from just the geometry of the traversal, we could automatically detect the drop-down traversal. Okay. I need to come up with a... If anybody has any ideas for what to call these types of traversals, I have the idea of trying to merge all of them into one type of traversal, like mantling or barrier, but it's basically going to be one super traversal type that includes dropping down from a ledge, jumping up to a ledge, jumping up to a low ledge. Ledge? I don't know. Ledge drop, jump, grab ledge, fall from ledge. I don't know. Okay. If traversal height is less than 0 and position... Yeah, if it's less than 0, else fall down. Okay, I need to stare at this geometry a little bit. Let's go look. Okay. So we need to move the zombie forward, down. This is where I'm going to lament that in actual COD zombies, the drop down animation for a zombie has, as part of it, the zombie takes like a step or two forward. Like it steps off the ledge. It doesn't just fall. Oh, you know what? I could take advantage that we can only ever get to a traversal by walking. I can just let it keep playing the walk animation while I move it forward.
That would do it.
Yeah. Okay. That doesn't answer the question of how fast. So I'm thinking first step to move the zombie from the start XY to the stop XY. And then just play the fall animation all the way down. So it's going to go forward and then down. That might look a little weird if the zombie is walking for a little bit off the ledge. We're going to get some cartoon vibes. What's a better alternative? Forward and down, forward and down. Yeah. I mean, I could maybe just move it. Hell, let's just do that. Let's just try this as an initial attempt. Substates be damned. Actually, we do need substates. Whoa. Too many substates. Okay. Substate 0 always has to execute something, and then it's immediately going to set substate to 1. All right. we have to set it to move type step because otherwise we can't arbitrarily set the origin of the zombie. We do want to copy the angles, so we want to make the zombie face the same way as the traversal, and we want to play an animation. Do a little dance. What is it we want? Get anim frame zombie fall. Yeah. Get anim length zombie fall. Okay. And then we're gonna queue up anim. We need a new animation called fall loop. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't need it. Do we want the zombie doing this while it's falling? We could just have it.
Maybe instead of what about that full cycle of 3 frames?
You're talking like ping ponging back and forth like this, or like restarting?
Probably back and forth because him being static doesn't sit right with me about to the same extent as looping those 2 frames. So some amount of motion, especially if you can slow it down between those 3 frames, I feel like it would work.
Well, we could sure as hell try it.
I'm trying to imagine someone falling. Let me look at someone falling.
See, the 2 frames jittering back and forth doesn't irk me because it's plausible based on like wind resistance, like a flag in the wind, you know, violently shakes between 2 points.
Yeah, but it's so like rapid. If it was more subtle, I
Yeah.
would agree. That's why I kind of want the 3rd frame so it looks more intentional.
Okay.
If you follow.
Zombie fall. Loop. I have these comments over here for autocomplete in the code editor. Otherwise, the code editor doesn't know that any of these functions exist. All right. Okay. So we're gonna immediately play that.
Here.
Oh crap. Get anim frame zombie fall loop. Get anim length zombie fall loop. Loop. All right, what'd you send? Ah! Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's not bad. Let's try it. Let's try ping ponging them. And that's the beauty of this animation system. I can just go back. Wait, yeah, like that. So 151, 52, 53, 52, and then 51, 52. So we'll just loop. That's pretty cool. Less than 0. Where was I? Here. Okay. So this is the whole reason I had thought about this queuing animation system, and I'm glad I'm actually able to use it for its intended purpose. Else if zombie ent.substate is 1. Okay, now here's a tricky bit. Traversal time and no. Anim time. Here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we need a counter. We need to stash the time that we started the animation at, and we need to stash the time that we want to hit the ground at. And what I'm going to call it is traversal time. We already have it. Okay. Traversal time equals, oh boy, what is it? It's Negative traversal time. We're not doing. It's going to be a linear interpolation, so I can't do like accelerating fall speed. I mean, I could, I guess, in theory, if I implement. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold horses. Hold horses. You know stuff's getting serious when Desmos is coming out. Y equals x from 0 less than t less than 1. I guess it's just t. Okay. Okay. But what if we did t squared? So the x-axis represents the current time, and the y-axis represents how fast we're getting there. And so what this does is it starts off slow and speeds up. This is exactly what I want. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. That's funny. Okay. Okay, never mind. We can do it. But the time to get there, let's see. We have traversal height is in quake units, which I happen to know are inches. Gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. It's also equal to about 32 feet per second squared. Which means that, let's say, my kinematics is rusty. My kinematics is real rusty right now. Okay, I happen to know that y equals 1/2 at squared, plus v naught t plus x naught, where x naught is the initial height. Let's call this inches, and let's say we're dropping from 100 inches. I want to redo this, I think. No, that's fine. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Where's my line? There it is. Okay. Acceleration of gravity. Acceleration due to gravity is 32 feet per second squared times 12. So it's 384 inches per second squared, and it's actually negative because it's going down. Initial velocity, 0. 1/2 at squared v naught x naught. Why is it so bad? Why is this so bad? Why is this so wrong? X naught is 100. How the hell? So that's fine. Negative 1/2 at squared. How is... Oh, yeah, that's not good. There we go. There we go. There's my parabola. Let's do 20. Let's start it at -2. So x-axis represents time. Y-axis represents height off the ground. So it's starting at 0, we're 100 inches up. So I'm basically looking for the intersection of the parabola, but I don't need to be exact because I'm not doing... Okay. What was it? Negative b? So negative v naught plus or minus... What? Okay. Square root of b squared. So v naught squared minus 4 x naught. This isn't right. Right? That's the quadratic formula? That's the numerator of the quadratic formula? B squared minus 4ac, that's right. Negative b plus or minus b squared minus 4ac. Plus or minus b squared minus 4ac. Oh, I think it's this. I think it's just what's in the quadratic. $76, that's still not right. Square root of that? I'm really off the rails now. What the hell's the... When does this equal 0? Let's just do some algebra. Negative x naught. Okay, factor out a t. Oh my god. X naught over t. Two over a. Oh my god. Wait, that's the whole point of the quadratic formula. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Negative b naught plus or minus all over 2a, which is just a. There it is. Okay, yeah, that's it. It's 0.72. So at 0.72 seconds is when we hit the ground. This is not... I'm not doing this math in Quake C. I'm just going to pick something reasonable. Let's do... But we know we have a rough estimate, right? So at 100 Quake units, it's 0.72 seconds. So let's just do that. Let's just scale it up because it doesn't exactly work like that, right? If we set this to 1,000, it's going to be not quite. All right, let's set it up to... What's a reasonable number for a ledge? A ledge is typically what, like 10 feet?
That sounds about right.
Okay. So let's do, yeah. It's close. All right. For every 100 Quake units, we're doing 0.72 seconds. If somebody does something crazy that's like a 300-foot tall ledge, they can wait a little bit longer.
The Mount Everest, NZP now.
Zombies just fall from the sky. Love it. Love it. Okay, so 0.72 times 100 Quake units. All right, so it's traversal height times 0.72 divided by 100. Boom.
Do you want to clamp it?
I probably should.
I think I would clamp it.
So we know traversal height is less than 0. Okay, so on the upper bound, traversal height is 1 unit, and at that point it takes no time at all. So I don't need to clamp it on the lower bound, but I definitely need to clamp it on the upper bound. So let's go with the min of this. And what's the most amount of time it should take? 3 seconds? 2 seconds?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, we're not going to see that until about an 800 Quake unit. What is that? 800 over 12. Until someone makes a ledge that's 66 feet tall, and then everything above that is just going to take the same amount of time. I think that's, yeah, I think that's reasonable. Okay, so we have traversal time. So that establishes the time at the endpoint, and what we're going to do here is we're going to compute lerp frac. I'm just going to copy this line here that just does reverse linear interpolation. Based on the current time, subtract out the start time, divide that by the delta time between end and start. And we're going to lerp the vector. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do that. Goal puz is the end position of a traversal. Start puz is the start position of a traversal. Good. And once we're done, aka once lerp frac is greater than 1, set, actually, yeah, no, we do need another substate for this. Set the substate to 2 and play a landing animation. Get anim frame zombie land. Get anim length zombie land. Ooh. I have 2 options here. I could just queue up a walk animation. Or I could properly have another substate that waits for the zombie to finish. I'm just going to queue up a walk animation. But we'll have to fix this. Because right now it'll always play walk 1. I need to figure out how I'm going to abstract that so it always plays its chosen walk animation. Q. And then this is anim stop type loop. And then this reverts its think state and its move type and and that's it. So, yep. Okay. Yeah, all right. I don't need no more substates. We're good. That's it. So that's what a traversal looks like for falling off of a ledge.
Not bad if it works.
I think it'll work. I'm just not sure it'll look good. Because right now I'm just going to straight up move the zombie from the start to the end. So it might clip through the wall a little bit, but I might have to play with the traversal positioning. Okay. Or it might crash. It's way too slow. I mean, it also clips through the wall. That looks terrible. Editor 1, nav load, nav mesh. So one concern I have is that this is probably too far. Okay, what did I say about the note? I said 50 Quake units. Okay, so let's enforce that. Nav select traversal, nav traversal editor. Nope, nav edit Traversal. Oh no. Nav trav. Get point puz. 164. -15. I want it to be closer to the ledge. Like this one is. Oh my god, zombie. Get the hell. 164. I don't know what axis that is. I think it's the Y. Let's guess. 690. -16. Yeah. Oh, that was close. See, I need to come up with a tool that automatically places these, but so long as I can come up with one placement under which it looks good and then automatically adjust the placement so they all look good, then we should be money. Next point. So this should be, again, 50 away. No, one more point. Because it's the middle point that's not being used. It is 50. Okay, so it's 50 points away. That's perfect. Okay. Save that nav mesh. Disable the nav editor because I don't want the game to crash. All right. So that should be a little better. I still need to speed it up though. How is this so wrong? How 0.72 for 100 Quake units. Oh, I did forget one thing. Lerp frac. I was gonna use lerp frac squared. Let's try that. So that's gonna fundamentally change the way that it moves because it's gonna move slowly at the beginning and then accelerate. It might look okay. Because this speed should be comparable to real gravity. It's a little slow, but it's not terrible. It's definitely too slow though. -1/2 at squared v naught t plus x naught. 100 inches. Oh, because that's not 100. Well, yeah, it's not 100 inches. All right, I guess we could just try doubling it. Every 100 inches is going to be 0.35 seconds. It's going to be twice as fast now. How's the arm flailing looking though? I'll have to gotta pay attention to that next time.
Wasn't looking good, but it was slow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, for sure. I can also adjust the animation speed to make it play a little faster or a little slower. The fall speed looks good. And I don't even mind the... Dude, this is awesome. Can you appreciate what I'm so stoked about this. This is sweet.
yeah, no, this is awesome.
I don't mind that. I gotta be honest. I think that's fine. I think I don't want to adjust a single thing about it. Like,
I
what do
would
you
kind
think?
of like a step off. I think the transition between walking and falling is still a little jarring, but I like the falling itself.
I agree with that. Unfortunately, okay, I think what is jarring is that the zombie gets oriented instantaneously. Actually, that happens in every single case. You notice that? Like even going up the traversal? Well, that's not bad, but that's because it was at a decent angle.
Yeah.
So, okay. Okay.
So yeah, you gotta have them
Smoothly.
slowly pivot to it.
Oh man, what the hell? That's difficult. So, what is the solution to that? Okay, what if I do a little nasty trick here? Nasty little trick here. Absolute horrendous little trick here. Instead of doing that, plus equals 0.5 times the difference. Right, so this is 0, this is 10. On the first iteration, we're going to say 10 minus 0 is 10. So we're going to add 5 on the first. Yeah, this is good. Let's try that. It should be smoother. Probably too fast. But it's going to add additional. It's going to add a frame in between the two. And it's also going to happen super quick so that it doesn't necessarily add a lot of complexity to the traversal logic. Were you watching what
Nice.
happened? Watch.
I, yeah, I saw it.
Angles are.
He's doing trick shot.
We need to add a audio clip of that the MLG. Oh, mom, get the camera. Oh man. Yeah, angles are hard. We have to. Oh god, yeah, angles are tricky because they wrap around, and if you don't wrap around, it's gonna get messed up. Yeah. What's the solution here? Da, 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 da. Okay, float delta angle equals that. If the delta angle is greater than 180, or angles in Quaker degrees, right? I think they are. Okay.
Yes.
What do I want to do? If it's greater, a modulus operator sounds right, but I don't think is correct. Oh, I know what I need to do. I've done this before. Delta angle minus 180 modulo 360, and then you add 180 to it. So if the rotation is 90 degrees, 90 minus 180 is negative 90. Mod 360 is 270. Oh, what does that do? What is I forget which one's which now. What does Python do? Negative 90 modulo 360. Is it 270 or is it 90? It is 270. Okay, so I gotta take all of this and then mod 360 it again. But that's not right. 270 plus 180 mod 360 is going to be just 90. So that's good because a 90-degree turn is as efficient as you can get. Now, if you're doing 180 degrees, what happens is minus 180. So this becomes 1. 1 mod 360 is 1 plus 180 is 181. Mod 360, that's not right. It's still 181. We want a turn of 181 should become 179. Sorry, negative 179. Because if you're rotating 181 degrees in one direction, that's equivalent to turning 179 degrees in the other direction. I've done this code before. I have it somewhere. I know I have it somewhere. Let's try this. Mod. No. It's probably in the math utils somewhere. Ooh, no. I've done this before. J9 game engine. There's a math file in here. Here. I probably stashed it in the HPP. Yep. Let's see. What do we got? There's a vector 3 functions. Quaternion functions. Multiplies by normalizes. Normalized linear interpolation. Slurp. Mat 3. Mat 4. I might just want to look up rotation. Rot. It's not here. Okay, let's just back this out. 90 becomes 90. Leave 90 alone. Negative 90 becomes negative 90. Again, leave it alone. So anything above 180, we want to map it down to a number within 180. So is it this then? Is it mod 180? So 90 minus 180 is negative 90. Mod 180? 90 becomes negative 90. Negative 90 mod 180 is 90. Plus 180 is 270. Mod 180 is 90. Okay, so this checks out. Negative 90 becomes negative 270. Negative 270 mod 180. What is that going to be? That's going to be 90 as well, yeah. 90 plus 180. 270 mod 180. No. So negative 90 is becoming positive 90. What the hell is this code? That looks interesting. Goal rot. No. 270 should be mapped to -90. -270 should be mapped to +90. Mod. I think it is mod 360, and then you just add plus 180. So what does that give us? Here, let's do some Python foo here. -90, -90, 181, 270, -270. F, let's see. F minus 180, mod 360, whoops, plus 180. Wow. Oh. X. What the hell? Mod 360. So we're close. 90 degrees is equivalent to... What did I say? Plus 180? And then what if we just mod that by 360? This is not how math should be done. That's the opposite of what I wanted. That's right. That is right. That is correct. But that's the opposite of what I want. Negative 90 degrees is equal to a turn of 270, but I want the smaller of the two. 181, that's not right. 179, that's also not right. So this works for negative angles. This doesn't help me because this is the same as just doing a mod 360. I think my brain isn't working right now. How about if it's this is the poor man's way to fix the angle.
Oh no.
I have it somewhere. I've done this before. I don't remember how to do it, but this is bad. Although I think this isn't the only place this is happening. Right, because we want it to always be... Yes. Yeah. 180. What if it's exactly negative 180? Yeah, that'll work. What if it's exactly negative 181? Yeah, that works. Okay. All right, so we have delta angle as computed as the shortest angle to move between And now all we do is say 0.5 times delta angle. Put this there as a reminder of my failed attempt and then come back to it. Compiled? Yeah, compiled. Run. Nav test impulse 115. Let's see if that was even the issue. I think it was, but okay. Of course, didn't cause problems there because that code's not even being used on the climb. That I want to give it style points, to be honest. That's pretty cool, man. What? That's... we should add that in. It's like a 1% chance of happening. Hey, Ronaldo.
The backwards fall.
Just moonwalk. We should make a moonwalking animation that just mimics the Michael Jackson moonwalk deliberately.
Something you see in Infinite Warfare.
It definitely has Infinite Warfare vibes. That's for sure. Okay, what the hell happened? Oh, because we're breaking it first with my messed up math. That'll do it. Oh yeah, Rev. Yeah, there you go. Forgive my my rusty map, my rusty head map that like keeps all of the usernames linked together. We're playing around with some traversals here, trying to see if we can polish them up a little bit. Nice. So Ivy, does that look okay to you? You mentioned that the step down was lacking, right?
Yeah. Let me.
So here's my hesitation with doing the step down. I agree that it's a little bit jarring to go from the walk animation to the fall down animation, like without any smoothing frames in between, right? So we're just immediately starting with this frame here.
Yeah.
But even if we did a step down animation, we're still going to be jumping from the zombie walk to the beginning of that step down animation. So maybe I can adjust this pose to be less different than some of the walks. I kind of picked it because it would be somewhere okay-ish for all of the walk types, like running, jogging, the 3 walks.
No, I think I can live with it, with that angle fix.
Okay. I had a hunch that the teleporting, yeah, even at the bottom, maybe I should just add that in as universal logic for all of the traversals. Because look at it also does it at the bottom here, you know. Delta angle, yeah. Let's do it because they all, so far, all 3 of the traversals I've coded up thus far assign the traversal angle as the zombie angle. I do have to fix that math though. Okay. I can't wait to do this 2 more times for the other AI types. It's gonna be awesome. What happened here? Okay. We got rid of this intermediate state and it looked good. So we're calling it, and given that's the case, I'm going to truncate these two, get rid of this line, set this to 2, set this to 2. All right. And I need to get rid of this. So this is being done above. This is being done above. Okay, and the anim time is being reused, right? Yeah, we have anim time in 2 places. We have lerp frac being reused all over the place. Love it. Oh, and anim time again. Lerp frac, anim time, lerp frac, anim time. Jeez, they're everywhere. Oh, here's a new one, traversal time. Anim time, okay. Da, 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 da. Okay, oh, I just defined it here, okay. Is that enough? CSQC compiled. SSQC also compiled. Nice. All right. So now all of them, all 3 of the traversals that we've coded up so far should smooth the path. And we're not going to notice this one because he's walking straight on. So the angle doesn't really do much. Ugh, where's my nav mesh? There. Wait. Okay, now we might notice it. That looked a little weird. Oh, it might just be because here's the issue. That's really long. Oh wait, it's this one right here. That's not that long. Let's select it. Nav, select traversal, nav, edit traversal, nav, next, trav, next point, nav, trav, get point, puz. It's 70, yeah, and we want it to be 50. 0, 120, 50. No, that's not right. No, we want it to be 50, 70. Oh, crap. I selected the wrong traversal. That's fine because this one needs to be moved anyways. I need to push it closer. Oh my god, this zombie. Set point pause to 32. 190, negative 224. Right direction, not enough. Still not enough. That's going to be a problem because my nav mesh is scuffed. I think that's better. I'll have to fix the nav mesh in a second. This is where those automatic placement tools really are necessary. 65. Okay. And I got to fix the nav mesh. So nav, edit traversal, nav, delete verts. I gotta put one in this corner here. Yeah. Boop. 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 Link. Nav, save, nav mesh. Good. Okay, that traversal's edited. I need to fix this other one though. Select. Damn you. There it is. Edit traversal. I'm gonna have to put it closer to the edge. That's for damn sure. Set point puz. Negative 18. 120. Negative 160. Whoops. Oh no, that's good. That actually... What was that? That don't look bad. That might be okay. Next point. Get point plus 90, negative 60. It's supposed to be what? 50? Yeah, only 50. Nav trav set point puz 0, 50, negative 60. There. SV gravity, negative 200. Oh crap. And now, I wonder if that's enough. Excuse you? I'm gonna have to delete these vertices. Bruh. Oh my. Oh, I already have one selected. Oh, I didn't realize I did that. It's cool. Nav trav delete verts. I should probably add. Sorry, nav delete verts. Should probably add a function that moves vertices. Grab that boy. That dude. That dude. And there. Let's make that a quad. Okay. What's going on?
Hey, I think I'm gonna get off for the night,
Alright.
and go
Yeah,
to
it's
sleep.
late over there.
Are you going to be here when I wake up? Is this gonna be a
Nah.
long one?
I was hoping to wrap up the falling one and then call it a night because I gotta get some dinner and then go to sleep for work tomorrow. So
All right. Well, send me a video of how it
all right,
ends up turning out, and nice
sure.
work today.
Yeah, thanks for
All right.
stopping by.
Take care.
See you, Abby.
Yeah, no problem.
Save nav mesh. Yeah, Rev, the traversal thing is getting pretty awesome. I did a lot of work to redo the nav meshes so that traversals work within nav meshes. You can basically tell a zombie that he can walk from one point to another. He can do something to get from point one to another. So now I'm like going through the code of telling the zombie what to do. So the zombie should be able to like teleport between points or jump up or jump down depending on depending on how the mapper sets up the traversals. It's a little slow. Here's a short ledge one. Yeah, okay, not bad. I don't think I've fixed that far one over there. Yeah, that far one's pretty messed up. Oh, that looks not bad. Okay, that looks good. Okay, well, let's test the zombie climbing up this big one. Nice. Gonna come over here. Oh, That looks buttery. And if I come back over here, the zombie won't jump down that way. That's really far. Let me think about that. Gravity's unbelievable. 400. It's too slow, I think. I think I should speed it up. It's not. Yeah, the pack-a-punch room. Can they jump across platforms? Yes or no? Oh, eventually, yes, but I don't have an animation for it yet, so I'm gonna have to make an animation for that. So I do want to make it so the zombies can jump across these gaps here, but the traversal mechanism doesn't care. Like it absolutely supports it. And let me show you some cool stuff here. So if you've noticed, this map has a messy nav mesh because I just made it to demonstrate traversal types, for example. So here, this line right here is a traversal for the zombie climbing up. This here is for the zombie climbing down, and the same thing over there. That's why when I jump to that platform, the zombie goes around here and goes across. But I have these other things here, like this middle one. I haven't programmed the animation for this one, so it's just gonna use. I don't know which one. I don't know which of the three it's gonna use. Let's try it for this guy. Yeah, so it plays the animation of it climbing up onto something else. But I have this little area over here that's disconnected from the mesh, and the only way to get there is via traversal. So I have a long traversal that connects from the main mesh to there, and a long traversal that connects there to the main mesh. So if I, as a player, go to this area, the zombie knows he can get to this area across this traversal, and now all I have to do is program the correct animation. Oh, so it played a drop down animation across it. But at first, when I was starting this out, there was teleporting. So the zombie, you could think of it like a teleporter. You know, the zombie just teleports from that location to here. And if I go over here, the zombie has to go across the mesh, go that traversal, go across that traversal, go across that traversal, go across that traversal, go across here. And here's another. And if I come over here, the zombie has to go all the way up, back to this traversal, and then back to this little island of polygons. So yeah, long answer to your question was yes, zombies will be able to jump across chasms like the Pack-a-Punch room, Black Ops 3 Shadows of Evil. But I don't have animations for the zombie jumping, so I'll have to make some. But yeah, I plan on using those over there in that area to get across that gap. But you know, I'm just going through one at a time and adjusting the traversal so they look good. So the zombie stops moving if I leave a polygon. So right here, I'm not standing in a nav mesh, so the zombie doesn't know where to go. But as soon as I get back into one, the zombie knows how to get here. It's so cool. I've wanted to do this for so long, and it's finally happening. So if I stand in here, the zombie has to figure out exactly how he can get here from here. And the secret is he has to go across this traversal to that area and then climb up to get here. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. So what I was wondering about was this guy here. Jumping down a ledge. It's a little slow at the bottom. A little slow at the bottom, I gotta be honest. That's weird. How? I gotta check that logic. Okay, if it's less than 0, we play an animation, we queue it up. The animation might just be playing too slow. I might need to play it faster. Cur anim frame time equals 0.05. Yeah, that's playing the animation twice as fast for landing. And if that's the case, that means I can get rid of some of the frames. Oh, that looks much better. Oh yeah, that looks far better. Okay. So I just made it play the landing animation faster. That guy is not fixed yet. That traversal still needs adjusting. That looks fine. That looks nice. Now let's just check the tall one. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna stare at that again. That last frame needs to go away, I think. Of the landing. Let me see if I can pause it at the right frame. Yeah, there's no point in having the arms extend out, right? Like all the way up to this, that doesn't make sense. So that animation should end 1 frame earlier. Zombie land animation should end at frame 159. And I want to make sure that I write down note zombie frame 160 is no longer being used, because then we freed up a frame for additional stuff down the road. Run. Okay. All right, let's check that. See if that plays better. That looked better. And I don't really have the patience to wait for that zombie, so let's just spawn another one here. It's a little bit jarring still. What's jarring about the end is that the zombie turns to face the player instantaneously. That's weird. It's still really awesome to stare at. That's cool. Okay. I might be okay with that. That might be fine. That might be fine for now. I think the next step is to make that jumping animation and work on some of those traversals. Cool. All right. I think I'm gonna end the stream there. I'm gonna get some food and get ready for bed. But thanks for stopping by, Rev. See you all in the next one.